Hello, I am the Ronan Bowen, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen livestream on twitch.tv. Ronan Bowen. The beer opening is the Slash. We were watching slasher films Lady Pawn wanted me to watch horrors and things like that. You know what we actually watched last night? Signs. Signs. One of the few films in which Mel Gibson does not get tortured. Because that's what he's into, apparently. We watched Shyamalan's Signas. So in celebration thereof, what if today we stop the music and this was the day the music died? No, what if today we made some of our own crop circles with the... Yeah, I saw them. I watched it. I've been there now. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen. Day 4, live stream number 4 of our recently re-begun everything. The live streams, the Tuesdays, Thursdays, so I got a schedule now, 8 p.m. for all those days that I stated. KSP, the Great Pawn re-launch. And I may have missed a few re's there because we've done this kind of a thing before. Just gotta every couple of years decide whether or not this is what you want to be doing. By way of like a month and a half, 2 months of just like introspective, crippling depression, and then just get over yourself and get back to it, is how it works out for me. But so what have we done recently? What have you done for me lately? Oh, yeah! Yeah! I can hit the notes, just once the things are out of my throat. What have we done lately? We've been to the moon. We took Valentina Kerman to the moon, set her down on it, realized she didn't have enough Delta V to come off it, and then brought another ship by to land and pick her up, found out we didn't have enough Delta V on that one to both land and pick her up and come home. It was very tight. So we just launched Val up in her ship with what she had left, had her jump out of her ship, and then jetpack in the direction of the ship, and then the other ship, and then I had to she ran out of RCS, so I had to put the ladder to our ship, like, directly under her thumbs. And then we got her aboard and came home. Brilliant. I believe that's how Apollo, the first moon mission, went in the first place, just following the script, really. And then we went to Minmus last time, landed on Minmus, came back, and then had a massively profitable contract back at the moon where we claimed a satellite by putting some crap on it. Yeah, the aging moon satellite now. They want us to put a extra reaction wheel on there. Let's go out and just like have a look at our new satellite. We went out, we figured out through much difficulty and turbulence and trebulations and trimmel facets, much angry yelling at the game, we figured out how to actually use the build system for an engineer being able to attach something, and we put here, free floating in space, this small inline reaction wheel onto this satellite, and now it's our satellite, which means that we have a nice, it's got a pretty decent orbit itself already for having, an extra comm satellite out at the moon. Is this, I haven't even thought about it, is this, the RA-2, a antenna that's usable for relay and everything? I assume it is. It looks like one of those. But yeah, good deal. We got that, and we got like $500,000 for it. Now we got, something that we can come out and sit on the moon. Next time we're down doing one of those, get me all of the thermometer readings from 8 kilometers above the surface of the moon things, and we can't warp faster than, 2 times or whatever. We can come out to here and warp the moon. Should still be kind of a hassle, might as well just go to tracking. It's cool, I'm glad that we have it, I like it. Back to the Space Center. So that's where we are. 4 days in, we've been to Minmus, we've been to the moon, landed each of them exactly once, done a number of missions around them for the monies and the sciences, and we've still got a nice little 179. Did I buy like a lot, like very expensive things that I wanted? We had like 1,100 and something. I must have splurged. Perhaps on this I splurged. How much is this tier? 300? It's not... I must have splurged on other things as well. You gotta watch me. I will splurge all over the place. And, you know, quickly, too. It's not... For my partners, it's kind of... What? Anyway, depends on what they're into. No, there's solar panels to be had, more batteries. We can get the robotics controller, thermal systems, and LED strip lighting. That's nice. We've got things that we can buy. We've got a little bit of science funds remaining that would allow us to do so. Mainly, we've got a ton of money here in moderate difficulty that we're playing in. And right now, I got 4 tourists who want to land on the moon. All of them. They want to orbit and fly by. Let's just make sure they haven't slipped in something like, oh, and I'd like to see Elu along the way. They do that. Like, one person in your ship will be like, and how about Minmus? And it's like, but it's a pack of 4 of you. Why? Who's scheduling their itineraries? If they don't all agree, don't put them in the same fucking tier. But so yeah, I've got those tourists who want to go to the moon, 4 of them. And then these guys want to fly by Minmus, fly by the... See? Like I'm saying, this guy just wants to land on the moon. This guy wants to fly by friggin' Minmus. As does this guy. You're mixing things. Nobody would do this. Anyone who's developed a game wouldn't do this. They'd sort them. 4 tourists, land on moon, land on Minmus, fly by Minmus. You're just mixing everything up. It's stupid now. Fly by moon, land on moon, fly by Minmus, fly by moon. Orbit Minmus, land on moon. Like, it's just idiotic. It undermines my fun, really. We could explore Kerbin by docking vessels and rendezvousing 2 in orbit as well. Something we get around to eventually, but rescue Sambert from orbit of the moon. So, we're going up to the moon with these 4 tourists, sooner or later. I was looking and hoping that we'd find more of them that just wanted moon things. Suborbital, land on moon, fly by fucking Minmus, god damn it, Madnard. And, boy, those are decent monies. Fly by Minmus. There's no reason to fly by Minmus if you're going to see the moon. I'm tempted to take this because it gets me 2 more people who would go to the moon. I like the idea of building like a great big friggin' just jet passenger liner SSTO of some kind that just goes to the moon and back, but apparently by fucking Minmus. But I don't know if that... I've never done something on that scale. Saving people from orbit of the moon is worth like 180 grand to us or something like that. Anybody else? Anything else? Anybody else? Attach a new part to satellite in orbit of Kerbin. We could get another free satellite out of the deal. Put a Communitron 16 on the satellite, orbit of Kerbin. Can I see that satellite before I take the mission? Because I like that. Conduct seismic surveys of Kerbin in your sector. Go fuck yourself. You're not paying me enough. And then 2 tourists for flybys and a landing on the moon. They're ripping me off, though. I'm going to put two extra seats on the craft to bring you assholes home, risk everybody else's life, and you're going to pay me 35 and 17? I don't think so. Let's look at that satellite that's supposedly in orbit of Kerbin. Another stream? Well, we'll be so spoiled. Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays is the plan until I can't do it anymore. Where's this satellite? Does it not exist until I tell you that I really, really want it? There's the sector where we do the seismic reading. And... oh. Are you... what am I looking at here? This would be like a position a satellite thing that I didn't see, I guess. But I guess the satellite doesn't exist until I accept the mission, which is kind of shitty. Because, you know, it could be like low orbit and that's no big deal, or it could be, you know, past Minmus orbit and that's a bigger deal. I liked the mission before. I would like to do one where we don't just end up shouting at the screen, so I think I'll take that, put it in my back pocket, and then decide what we're going to do today. And it might be that. But the tourist thing has been on my mind since the last stream on Tuesday. So, attach a new part to satellite in orbit of Kerbin. Give it to me. We'll see about that. Did you have a position? Or maybe that band actually is that satellite? I presume it was a position a satellite at that place. Is that, maybe that's how they're visually communicating that, and you just have to, like, know that because the game never tells you anything. So now that I've accepted that, no, it's a different, what the fuck is this? Where's the green thing? What is this game? Is this what we were looking at before? Maybe that's the same one. It's fine. It's in fact, it's great, is what it is. I can't fly you. I can fly you? Well, let's fly it and go see what it's about. I didn't realize, like, usually if they give you something where it's like, go do a thing on a thing, you have to come up to a certain distance and then you can claim authority over it. So I didn't think for a second that any of this would actually, you know, function. Okay, you probably want to go ahead and extend those solar panels before you run out of juice then. Looks like you're missing one, incidentally. So maybe we want to do more repairs on this than what they've told us. And this has got 2 telescopes on it. Interesting. I've never really worked with the telescopes. If I were to start object tracking, Sentinel infrared cannot activate without an antenna present to transmit the data it gathers, which is why we've got a mission to go put an antenna on it. So a couple of things broke off, including one of the solar panels, I assume. I wouldn't expect you to bring something up like that. What's the log observation data? We can get just free science from it while we're here? Infrared telescope in space high over Kerbal. Okay. Let's do that when we're out there. And then we'll just bring it back by hand. Does it... Let me just click that button again. Yeah, we'll bring it back by hand. Neat. But now we've seen what it is. It's got a nice little whack-a-mano prop on it. I've never seen, you know, it's interesting because these are all builds that, you know, the developers would have made to spawn out here, and curious. Especially when you don't have to explain how they got there, really. You just can be like, well, because they did, so we just went ahead and used a really heavy I-beam as we were shipping it to space. And a couple of more heavy I-beams, you know, on something that we were sending to space. Why wouldn't? But that's neat, so it makes me want to consider bringing out a Gigantor XL solar array, which I'm sure I don't actually own yet. But that would... I could place that, you know, parallel to this. I wonder if I could remove this one, because we haven't played with the engineer concept enough yet. Can I remove this one, put it in my pockets, and then be able to use snapping to apply 2 of them at once on a... Who's to say? Go on, how's it going? Good, like I-89. We're just getting started here and looking at this satellite that will be ours as soon as we place an antenna on it. And I'm thinking also perhaps a Gigantor solar panel if I have or can attain such things with my vast means of not a lot of science, but money. I do got money. Head back to R&D and see Gigantor? I don't think if we're having to buy into that we're going to have the option to buy Gigantors. And there's the Gigantor. It's way out there. It costs... What does it cost to get into these tiers? 300. So in order to get to it, we'd have to spend 160 and then 300 more. Maybe what we do is we focus on getting our 4 tourists up and back. And see if there's any science to be collected. Well, we'll be landing on another site, so there would be science to be collected from the moon. And then we come back, and then we can buy the Gigantor as well, and try and store that and bring it up to our satellite. Is that a plan for the day? That might be a plan for the day. Repair kits for those solar panels an engineer will need 4. Are you saying that even though there's a missing solar panel, if I brought up a repair kit, I could just restore it? Like, we assume there's a missing solar panel, that they didn't build it with just 2 in 1. But I think you should look at the satellite's orbit, as the moon may be just about to fling it somewhere else. Oh, goodness. Really? I mean, it does come into places, doesn't it? Oh, goodness, yes. Well, then. That's a thing. And then we just have to go chasing it to Duna. So that's good. Let's go back out and fly it and look at the map mode. Thank you for catching that one, Portable Jim. I certainly wasn't looking at it. I wasn't thinking that the game would be that much of a prick to us. So he's got RCS. We can change this a bit. And in fact, I don't think that that's being flung. I think that's smacking into... Wait, do we have a periapsis? We do have a periapsis. Who the hell put this thing where it is? It's a bad idea. You know what? It's not problematic, though. It's just a different place, you know? Like, okay, let's see if we were going to try and, like, take advantage of this situation 5 minutes from now. We've got some monoprop on the thing. What would I want to do? Give me that moon periapsis. And then let's just see what kind of effect we can get by doing various weird things. That's very... I don't know what I'm looking at there. I think it just keeps, like, bouncing off of the moon over and over again. Let's just put that back where it was. And maybe pull the inclination the other direction so that we slam into the moon. Am I doing anything with the periapsis at the moon there? Doesn't really say, does it? We can... Like, what was I looking at? I was looking at something that looked like it was going to pull that in to an interior orbit, like that green line. So we would be going, boom, we'd be getting hit by it. We come out here. How many friggin' steps is this that they're showing me right now? Is that something I can control in here? Conic patch limit. If we go down to 2 and apply and accept and resume, then that shows me we hit the moon. It bounces out. It goes into this orangey orbit. Yeah, and then if I go back to conic patch 3, then we end up in this green one. Is that the notion? We hit the orange one, and then we get hit by the moon again a little bit there. And then that pulls us down into this orbit, and then we've just got this little tiny area where we could be affected by the moon. Does anybody see that that's worth our time to do that? You know? Like, why bother? Like, should we bother? Might as well, right? This is what we call a great call. Hello, Paul and chat. Hello, Den D. I guess I could... See, we F5 from here. And we have no idea what the burn time is on this. If I, no reaction wheels on this, so it's all going to be SA or RCS to move you. Understood. So RCS on, and then SAS off. Give us a little bit of directionality there. And then SAS on there. The RCS, like, redirect us. Get us stabilized if it can, and it doesn't look like it can. Wow, what a vessel. It's been made here. You know what I could do? Save us some fuel just by, there we go, just time warping in order to still ourselves. Okay, maybe that's fine. Maybe we want to bring up an reaction wheel along with this. There you go. One more warp. And then I have very little idea what or where we should be doing. Fling the satellite into Duna, problem solved. Except for the part where we get money if I put an antenna on it. And it says bring a Communitron 16. Like, I'm looking at bring a Gigantor or a repair kit or whatever you guys are saying. But, like, SAS, bring maybe 2 wheels because we'd have to put them like the ends here. I don't see any part central where we could put SAS. But SAS on the ends. We, you know, put, forget the Communitron, which we have to put on there. We'll put it on there, but then we put, like, a serious antenna on there that can work as a relay, and we get a free, you know, satellite out here that's going to be helpful for comms and stuff. It's turning into a ridiculous thing in my head. Also, we would be burning sooner or later for this, and I have no idea how much, even what direction I'm supposed to be, you know, burning in. I'm gonna try I. Would it be I? SAS I. Yeah, that's this thing. This thing's not great without the reaction wheels. back to something like there. I'll just help you out. Right, get you kind of still, and then I'm seeing no movement. RCS is on, H doesn't work, N doesn't work. Oh, okay, things are happening, nonetheless. I mean, that's fine. That gets us parked a little bit closer to where we want to be. That's how about that? That seems like a good place for it. At the end of all these loops, right? The green and the purple, it's something else. I don't even, just drop that. So there's the purple, but then the green. Yeah, it's great. That's, I don't know. Fuck it. We'll catch it when it's time to catch it. We'll catch it is the thing. Give me what? Back to you, and then take me back to the Space Center. We're gonna do the moon tourism first. Yeah. Bring it back with a shuttle and repair it on the ground. We'll send it to Duna, like you were suggesting first, and then we'll ship engineers out to Duna with all of the parts, and then we'll land it on Duna and repair it on the ground. Just make our lives that much more difficult. So, Desune? What are you thinking? I'm thinking, like, let's get some big plane parts going round here. Round here. Spend money on big plane parts. And then, we might need something like that, but let's just get into big plane parts, and it's four tourists to land on the moon. I'd like to build something, even if it's still just a rocket that we send up, that was planey. Potentially planey. Very plainish. Plain, very boring, apparently, is what it sounds like. Give me mass, and, what's the, like, maximum number of Kerbals I can have in the cockpit in the first place? We can get up to 3 with the Mark 1-3 command pod, apparently. We hate the pomegranate. Everybody hates the pomegranate. Well, everybody hates it. You should hate all of these. The peas, they're just... You gotta put them under a fairing for them to work at all, so why are they spherical? Whose idea was that? Yeah, it looks like 3 is the most I could have in the cockpit, so let's not focus on the cockpit. What have I got in terms of things that can move people? Hitchhiker storage container is boom immediately 4. Instead of this, it's 2.07 tons instead of 0.91 plus passenger mass, so this is the better deal for what we need to do with the 4 guys. Let's buy into the hitchhiker storage. Get you in there, and if it is hitchhiker storage like that, then maybe I'm not building something plain. It would be very difficult. Let's just go over to and let's just get rid of that entirely. And then bring you in. Yeah, and we'll build this in the VAB, I think. It was the Russians' idea. These friggin' Russians! Incidentally, your flag it has the right flag. So, I think the reason why Val kept showing up with ships that have the wrong flag on them is because I kept building ships from the last ship and the last ship and the last ship, and that was before our branding change. Wow, I like how soft and cushiony, like, this reminds me of my time in the Institute. The Zen Center. We had things like this for bouncing off of the walls when you were angry. No, this is, I like the look of that. Very nicely textured. Everything is, retextured via the restock mod there. So, you are a part that's like a 2.5 meter or something? Like, does that stuff? No, are we still sorting by mass? Yeah. Not even that stuff attaches. So, yeah. Yeah? Let's look at the adapter. I'm gonna be spending some money buying into some things. There's an adapter that gets us down to the next smallest, and then we'd have to go to the next smallest, and the next smallest, and that sort of a thing. You are that. You are that. Just looking at what adapters I have right now, because that is the best of them, is what it's looking like. Yeah. That's... Well... Well. 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 So I guess... Ugh. And then... Because this would be, like, I'm looking at what's our lander going to look like. It's not going to look like any of these things. What do you... Buy me into this big old tank as well. It's going to be that size. Do I... What if, like, structural and adapters or something? Right? Structural and Rockamax brand adapter and the FLA-10. What's the Rockamax brand? What size are you? Okay, so you're the right size for a low weight adapter instead of being like massive amounts of fuel in there. Because, you know, for just a lander, we don't need multiple Kerbals. You're looking to structural. Hey, I got there too. And hello, Mixseed, Milky D, Mixy D. Mixy D. Yeah. Just looked it up. The P-Pods are a copy of the Vostok spacecraft launched by the Soviet Union. Ah. So they were useless, huh? They were awful. It would be a pilot carrying these 4 tourists. It just looks so good. It looks perfect is what it is. Just, yep, how you'd want it to be. For getting this amount of mass down when we bring it home, because you got to parachute this in. That's the issue here. We got to then bring it home and land it. I don't think I've ever tried to throw something at the atmosphere that was that big. Amazing, but true. And we don't have a heat shield that's the right size for that end of things. Oh boy, oh boy. Howdy, Sir Paul, and how goes the Kerbals? They're looking like death might be upon them soon. For what I have to do here. Because then I can attach a heat shield, and then we can come home. It's like that. And then it's just 3.3 tons that we would be carrying. Damn, that's a big thing to get 4 tourists to the moon. And it's the lightest of the things, and there's a huge amount of inventory here. 1,500 liters worth of space in the hitchhiker storage container that also seats 4 Kerbals. Damn. Yeah, we want to get into being able to build these things. So I guess a parachute as well on one end. That'll be enough to get us all home and down on the ground safely. Right? No? Well, what do you know? If I do 2 of these and 2 of these. Yeah, and then maybe not that. Like, do I have just a little cap? Little nose cap that doesn't really anything? And then, but it's functionless. You got a functionless nose cap. Just something it would aerodynamics for the functionless nose. Very small nose cones, that sort of thing. Small nose cone, I think, is the one that will fit this. You're messing things up though with there we go. Yeah, no, there we go. Now it's looking ready for the moon. This has no fuel on it yet. Yeah. Use wings to make it stable during re-entry. You think there's something that would make this stable during re-entry? Well, good for you. No. We'll get to there. But if this was like just the return thing, how's our center of mass, incidentally? Would it be coming down on the right? No, which is why you're saying use wings, because it's going to be heavier on this end than on that end, so it's going to want to tip and go into that direction there, which means wings for the maybe just winglets, right? Just some what? Just some winglets, just 2 of them even, you know? It's a bomber. Wow, that needs to be not there. There. We're dropping bombs on the moon. Bombs over moon. We just got to keep building, and then we'll get back to addressing the ridiculousness of this at some point. We just keep building. So 3.8 tons is what we would need to push up here. Maybe what we want to do is then go immediately to a fairing, so that we're not doing what we're doing right now. I mean, those fins, I'd have to build the fairing around, because they're very large fins is the thing. Gratz, you made a nuke. Yeah, they're my little packages to the moon, is what's going on there. Is this really, surely there are smaller, maybe this isn't as big as I think it is actually quite large. Basic fins, okay, and then maybe what I do, I'm gonna be like real tricky with this, right? So snapping, two sides, and then fins there, and fins there. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's a more aerodynamic nuke. But yeah, it was to one of these things. What have I got? I got the 1.875, which is actually not the correct size, but I don't have the correct size yet. That is correct there. So this is fine, apparently. I mean, maybe I should go and look. We'll go and look at some other, you know, it's, after we're done building it, then we'll go and look at what we could have done if we weren't being stupid. So maybe like that, and then bring you up, and then get me a snap point. It doesn't look like texture tear nightmare. You don't have one of those? We don't, none of those in stock right now. Okay, good. Then I'll just do that, and then still no texture tear nightmare, non-nightmare stock. Understood. Do that, and yep, just still looks like shit. I might just have to accept it looking like shit. That doesn't look horrible. That's the least horrible it's looked so far. Okay. You need landing legs and stuff, because this is supposed to set down on the moon with these bastards. I would go fairingless, as it would help you get up. You don't know what helps me get up. Talk like that, my chat. My thought was that, like, if we use the fairing, then we can go up to the larger fuel for the stage that actually gets it there, and then also takes it down, lands it on the moon. That was where I was coming from with it. But okay, wait, don't tell me. How about, like, I was just gonna keep going and then come back and be less stupid. But we don't have... You play with it now. Just set that aside, you can come back to it. So if we get in the fuel tanks and we go to this adapter, right? So now we've actually got fuel in there. It's worth something to us. See, but then when you're dropping it back into Atmo, you're carrying all that with you because you don't have a heat shield that would be the correct size. Right. So then that's just what we're doing when we're coming home, and then we use the engines a little bit on the descent or something. No, it'll be empty, and we'll be coming home with it, and it'll be part of the ship, and it will probably explode and kill us all. Just play with this idea for a second there, Pawn. So if you've got that, then you need an engine underneath here, and that engine would stay with you on descent, and so you would be burning against it. This is a completely different direction, apparently, and we haven't bought into any of the bigger engines here, but the Poodle, for something that's going to be landing on the moon, is too large because we're scaling down to it. Is there a model where it's not too large? Single compact. I presume that it will still have the messed up aerodynamic profile even if I did that. I'm guessing based on how the game tends to work. What size are... Like, the next thing would be the Bobcat. I think the Bobcat actually is the correct size for this scale. I'll buy into it. I'm spending a lot of money. Yeah, okay, so the Bobcat is... What's your... in vacuum and at sea level, or fine, whatever. So you got that on there, and that's the correct size. That gives us 2,000 meters per second in delta V on the lander. God, this is just looking ridiculous. Is it not? Does anybody else think with the ridiculousness? Because it's technically like lighter weight. Is it though? You're bringing up 4 of them. Hang on, let's look at this one more time, because it's so crazy. So 0.91, but it's carrying 2. So 1.8 for both of them. And this is 2.07, and it's got storage and stuff like that. So maybe we are going with crew cabins instead of that. We're just going to the moon here. We don't need all that storage space and whatnot. And then it's a completely different, less stupid looking thing. Yeah. How without heat shield? Right. Yeah, and those issues keep coming up. So instead, if we go to the... I'm sure I've got the dual splitter here and just haven't paid for it yet, right? Where's the... That's the tri-stack. Where's the dual? You? That's... No. Have I... How do I... Would I... Am I just in the wrong area for that? Would it be aerodynamics? I'm gonna see the dual splitter? Like if I've got the... Maybe I'm just blind and I'm not seeing it. If I've got the tri-splitter, surely I've got the dual splitter. Right? No? Am I crazy? Is it me who's crazy? Or is it this game? Everything we've done is being thrown away. So leave this, because I gotta go look over at the R&D and see what parts we've got. This is crazy. How would I have the dual and not the tri? Or I mean the tri and not the dual? Like, where would I even find that? How early was the tri unlocked? Where does it come in? Not with you, right? It's the adapters and things. And then you guys. Well, if we don't have it, am I wrong? Did anybody else see it in there? If I don't have it, like, where am I gonna find it? I can't afford it one way or the other, but I'd like to know. See, but those are plain parts. I'm just thinking of the one piece that just splits off to 2. Well, making it interesting for me, aren't we, game? This game is crazy. Yeah, it seems to be. I guess we'll use the tri-splitter then. And we'll have room for 6. Or the fucking game will just crash. That's another... We could do that. Boy, Kerbal just likes to stack the frustrations, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. Just close it then. Yeah, no. Microsoft doesn't need to know about it. Son of a fucking bitch. Well, welcome to, like, 2.5 minutes of waiting for KSP to start up. We haven't had a single crash in 3-4 days. And, why do we have a crash there? Yep. I don't know. So, we don't have the 2-splitter, but we've got the tri-splitter. So I'm going to make a craft that can seat 6 passengers, just so that I can use a part that I've got, I guess. I could just rig something up myself that seats 2 passengers, you know, that just does the 2, but I'm okay with that, I suppose. Then the question is whether or not I use another tri-splitter with couples and stuff in order to, like, make it look right. But if I do that, then the aerodynamics are probably fucked, because you can only join 2 parts on one node. So, you know, if you've got 3, or at least that's how it always used to work, if you've got 3 nodes and you're snapping 2 things that have 6 nodes together, you know, between them, they'll be snapped on precisely one node. And then I don't know how Kerbal handles the aerodynamic concept of those 2 parts. I would assume, because the game sucks, that they didn't really handle that, so the aerodynamics of that piece, even though it's occluded by the first piece, probably isn't really occluded because it's snapped on the one. I'm not sure. So we would come down to those 3 passenger things, and then each of them would have its own, like, fuel and engine system independent of the others in order to just make something stable that has a good chance of actually, you know, functioning once we get to it. My thinking. Specialized construction is the location of the dual adapter. Well, I'll try going into the R&D center, and hopefully the game doesn't crash again. Specialized construction. I have no idea what that is, but we'll just hover over them. Specialized construction, it's the boxy deal, and then there's the bicoupler. Yep. And we would need 160 to get that. We've got 89.9. Could run a less involved mission first to try and get... We kind of really would have to go to the moon or Minmus to get decent science at this point anyway. So let's just build with these limitations. It's fun to work around them. It is in the 160 point range. Ah, yes. So give me a place for the, you know, driver to drive. Give me the tricoupler. Bring that out. Then give me places for all these YAHOOs to set. Yeah, can I make this so that your windows all face outward? Why am I thinking about the tourists, like, just their... whether or not they have fun? Yeah, that's good. So now all of the windows will face outward on that. 6 tourist capable concept right now, and what is our weight? 3.72 tons. And this... Now the question is whether or not we have an actual transfer stage for the first time, you know, because we've really just been having a lifter stage, solid to liquid fuel that gets us to orbit, and then the lander takes over everything. But this would be the first time where we'd have a decent argument for making a transfer stage separate from the lander. As of now, well, I'm just going to start building and see where we're going with that. So if each of you had something like that, and then everybody got a spark, that's 2,090 meters per second. Don't need to worry about what it is at sea level on Kerbal, but at the moon, in vacuum, we're talking 2,523 meters per second. I think we want to give this everything so it can come and go all on its own. So looking at the delta V map for the moon, we'd be looking at, again, like the 1,200 or so to get out and get a circularization, and then we're talking about like another 1,100, maybe 1,400 to land on the moon. So we're talking about 2,500 meters per second in delta V from here to the moon and then home. I think we're talking more like 2,800 because the 580 just gets us back with enough energy that we could orbit the moon, and then we need another something to get home, maybe just all of this 310 again. So, uh-oh. What's going on? Hello? The captain? Are you buying?
Opening new position.
She's opening a new position.
Opening new position.
I'll open your new position.
Sir,
yes?
The market has breached our buy-in threshold.
Oh, has it?
I've just placed an order on your behalf at $4,304.09.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm entering a temporary stop loss to hold us over until the next candle turn. I'll let you know when that turn comes. Good luck, good luck.
It certainly is spiking up
Entering
strongly.
hold mode.
I would have liked to get in on that a little bit sooner, because we are pushing against the, well, we're getting close to the all-time high. But okay, that's my crypto trader that I programmed to automatically try and make me money. She's been really good at losing me money so far, so we're halfway there. So we've got lots of TWR for the moon. We got 2,523 meters per second of delta V, and I'm saying, I'm saying, like, maybe what we want is more along the lines of 2,800, maybe even 3,000. So let's try just attaching one more of these and see where we get. 2858. See, now that's tight. I was expecting that would get me to 3 grand. So doing this math again, 860 to come, and then we got 580 and 310. So 6, 7, 8, 90. So 900 on that end, about 900 on this end, 1800 to come. Add another 900 onto it for coming home, 2700, and that's tight. That's now tight. We want 3,000 or more, is what I'm saying. Why do you keep saying things like we care? Well, because you don't? Why the hell did you tune in then? You store 360, you store 180, you store 90. So it'd be 270 per stack if I put one of you on. So it would be a savings in weight. And then where'd I put those engines? 3,139 meters per second. That has the delta V to go to land on the moon and come off of it. And looking at it, I'm starting to think maybe we want something else. You know, maybe we do want a transfer stage for this. It's just a lot to land on the Mune. On that their Mune. Also, I don't know how to come back from the tricoupler, you know? Like, just putting a tricoupler on there, I just feel like we'll put another tricoupler on there and we can attach them. The aerodynamic properties of that seem fraught. And because it comes out to a triangular shape, a fairing doesn't really do the job either, unless you go completely over the top of everything. I'm having thoughts now. We're getting very dangerous. Things are getting dangerous, people. I just don't like it. I think it's ugly, is part of my complaint there. So let's say if each of the Kerbals had one view out and we're actually able to look in the window to the next Kerbal in the middle. Is that how that would... Can I see that? I would like to see if that's how that's going to work out. Like, okay, so give me this. Give me you. I can't get a adjustment thing and see it. Maybe if I come up from the bottom. I got ideas here. You gotta hang with me. And then no snapping. There you go. So now I'm pretty sure all of those windows will be looking straight into the other ones, and they can all look at each other through the windows on the interior. And then on the exterior, you know, they got a good view, kind of a deal. But so with that, then what if I started tucking fuel on like this? What if I just went crazy? What if I was psycho? You know, don't tell the police. But what if, like, because you didn't like the look of the other one, so this is what you wanted? This is, I don't know. I want to see. I want to see. I mean, if I'm gonna end up fighting with it for aerodynamic properties and all kinds of different things, then it should at least look interesting. And I feel like we're probably going to end up fighting it with our aerodynamic issues and whatnot. Do I have fuel ducting yet? I do. Let's buy into that, because we're probably going to need it. So, instead, we do a small guy on the bottoms of all of these, right? The bowling pin ship. Well, I know what we're going to name it now. Give me you back just so I could rip that off and then throw that away and then put just 3 on in the center of you. 3,139 meters per second. And we've got ourselves a ship design that puts the passengers just surrounded by a bomb of fuel. I don't see how this could go wrong. So sort by mass on that so I can see these tips again. Show me your tips. Do we have one of the nose cones that's like offset? That would be nice. Doesn't look like we do. Protective rocket cone, advanced nose cone. If I just do this, it doesn't even need to be there. This is only going to be in space, really. Well, for going up, it might be helpful. Huh? Who doesn't think that's a good lander for the moon? Right? It goes all the way and comes all the way back. Go with the transfer stage. But we've got a bowling pin. What? How could you not be pro bowling pin? It's pro. That's cool. Yeah. And you know what? We don't need this because we're going to need parachutes and stuff. So we get rid of those. Oh, but then we could actually jettison. It's starting to be like smart even. If I put these on and then we throw them away, you get me? And then we've got the engines down here, and so we don't waste the fuel on the surface of the moon. Ah, things are starting to actually kind of make some sort of sense. Lowest weight radial decoupler we got right there. 3 of them. Yeah, it's gonna be wonky and or weird in it. I put you on there. That is correct-ish. And then with snapping, pull you up to a point. With snapping, get the decouplers as well. Snapped to like a middle or a center or a thing. Right, except for now you're gonna be offsetting it that way. So maybe what I want to do is embed the decoupler a touch. Or entirely. Like to that point. Because that's going to be weird now. Is there another way to do that? There's not going to be a center point that you could really get them to for it. Because then what I suppose what I would do is... Well, maybe I grab you and then on a snapping point? Single snap actually puts it... Looks like top dead center. That's interesting. Will it kill us all? That's a whole nother issue. It's interesting, is what I said. Let's not get lost in your ideas. So when we throw those away, and my question would then be, once we hook up fuel ducting, it should be under the fuel, where the fuel is ducted and it's the fuel tank spawn. There you go. Some snapping. And if I just do from there to like there, should make a fuel connection. Well, that's out, not in. It's directional, isn't it? The ducting, the duct work. Let's try and make it so you can see them a little bit, you know? Appreciate the art. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. So then the fuel on you would go. We put you below there. And we've got that much more delta V in vacuum because of all of that. In fact, like with that in mind, it augurs for could we just get rid of that? And then we would have to reduct. We got snapping still on? Yes, we do. So you'll duct to that one? Is that my thought? Yeah. So start from, in fact, duct it from dead metal, and then over to here, right where the thing's like, I don't know what to do with my life. I'm not sure which direction I should be leaning. And then that gives us 3,000. That gives us a little bit over 3,000. And we've left more weight at home. This is getting stupid. This is getting real stupid. Yeah. Cone it and ship it. Get real stupid is the thing. And I don't hate the stupid. I'm not a fan of how it looks right now. Maybe I could just paint the ship differently, and it'll make me feel better about it. Ooh, just hard black. There's the thing. And then what about you? Hard black there. I think probably all white. Get virginal. You guys don't change color, right? So yeah, I prefer it if it blended a little bit more. Like maybe these are lower down. Yeah, I think I'm liking that, but let's try pulling them from the U, and then get you down to more or less the same line of that, and then we're going to have to reduct. And now the ducting shouldn't look as nasty and awful and ugly and horrible and mean and name-calling. Oh, that was me doing the name-calling? Hello! That looks like you're venting in a lot of extra directions that you shouldn't be. But okay. And then we nose cap it, and it should look, you know, semi-half almost not awful. I'd go to the moon on that. And I'm going to, as soon as we build the entire rest of the ship. Potentially. Anyway. So then we have these three guys. So that's our stage. That's our lander stage and our transfer stage, all in one. Once we're out to the moon, we're, you know, I think we're landing with these at 1972 meters per second. With the 1900, so and then 8, and then it's 9, and it's 5. It's what did I've done this math so many different ways. I still don't like. It's 12 and 6. That's 1800, and so it's 1900. So we're landing on the 1972, and then once we're landed, we throw them off, and then we're coming home with the 940. Would be the idea here, which means that we still have kind of more fuel than we need. I'm gonna go with this though, because I think it's probably going to get everyone killed, but I don't know, we've put a lot of time into it anyway. Obviously one parachute is not going to do the job here, so let's go with 1 parachute and 3. Makes me even consider like drogues for... No, because we won't be bringing all of this back. It'll just be the core there. Although we're not dropping the engines either until we get home. Well, they can blow up and... You're gonna have to drop all of those engines, Pawn. For your ablaters to be into the wind. And you're going to need multiple friggin' ablaters, too.
Hold mode entered.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick update, sir.
Yes.
We've closed the first candle of our new position, and I've now set our true stop loss at $4,268.09.
Good girl.
I will continue to keep you apprised.
Yeah, you do that.
Stop loss price updated.
Nice little spike right after we took our position means that I'll go directly into recoup mode in the next half hour. That's not bad. So... yeah, I would also have to decouple all of... It's like a lot of extra weight in throwing things away, isn't it? But, this is where I am in life, apparently. And we will need ablaters for re-entry. And my only other option is to squeeze it back down and all that sort of thing. So I'm going to carry on with this design. Just means that I've got some extra work to do here. Redoing what we've just done. So... stacks up? No, not the small guy. We want a TD12 decoupler. 1 for each of you. And actually the ablator under that. Ablaters. 3 ablaters. Each of them will have... 80 for safety. 80 for safety. And then you guys would break off, and then you, there. And then I'm gonna need to redo the fuel lining. So maybe just a little bit further out this time. You... to... it's the correct part still. I would like these to be in line with the other thing, though. And, I think you know what I'm saying. And if you don't, that's more power to you, because you're probably going to live longer or something like that. There, ooh, and then I don't actually have to move the decouplers. Yeah. Okay. So how are we looking at, you know, delta V-wise now? We fire these guys up, and then none of that breaks off. You don't do that, so I'll do that and put you into another stage. And then what we're looking at with the added weight of these, we are still vacuum on the moon, is a total of 2,544 meters per second. Damn it, now we don't have what we needed. We don't have what we need. Pull you down. Man, just the weight of those ablaters and decouplers. Just immediately, is that true? Is that really true? Well, and you added the parachutes and stuff, I think, before you did the math on that. If I pulled all the ablator off, still looking at 2,600 instead of the 3,000 that we want. Yeah, so quick way to hopefully just patch that up, fix that, would be, we are sorted by mass, we're in the fuel tanks, you to white, and that's got us back up to 2,800, but we're still a little light in the Leo fares. Drop all of that. Curses. Foiled again. Fuel tank adapter, no. I could buy into the little things. Oscar B's and whatnot. Give me Oscar B's, because we've got these little engines down here that are already a switch from one form factor to another. So if I put you on and then put them on there, there's almost 3,000 again, which is about what we're looking for. And then I could get real artistic with it. Like that. And then like that. And then embed these a little bit, because they don't really represent the donutness of it very well. I don't think, anyway. I might even embed these a little bit, just for visual, you know? It's not like I'm trying to save space, I just want it to look the way that I like it. That's fine. So that gets us up to 3,153, which is a touch overkill at this point. Let's say I had the donuts, but I didn't bring the Oscar B's, and then I embedded the engines in the donuts, because that would look cool too. In fact, engines, what kind of other... Yeah, I like that. I don't hate it anyway. What about your silver variant? I think the orange is good, and I like the match of that for the orange. Didn't realize this was going to be an art project, did we? I certainly didn't, but it is now. And that's 3,039, and I like the look of that. That's not bad. Are you set to moon in the Delta V? Yes, the moon vacuum. So now we've got all the Delta V that we would need to use this as a transfer and a lander. Once I put these nose cones back on, we're screwed. Now we're down to 30, 20... No, we're still fine. I like it. It's crazy. We would want landing legs, incidentally. We still want landing legs on the thing. Micro landing, so there's still more weight yet to be added. Just 3 of them. Down at the bottom there. Still over 3,000 meters per second. Feel that this would be more effective if you were down a touch, maybe embedded a touch for a better look. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to be dropping those, and you know what? We're going to be dropping them on the moon. So another thing that we should do is take the force on these radial decouplers way the hell down. I don't know what downness I would want to down them at. I'll try 5. Yeah. Oh, and I could have just enabled crossfeed. I like the fuel ducting, though, part of the game. Yeah. It doesn't need to be there, though, Pawn. Well, if we have a parts count problem, then we'll do that. Is this our lander? Is this our lander and return and transfer stage all in one? Does it need anything else? It needs comms. It requires comms, and then we can build, a lifter stage and be able to actually send it to a place. Going out to the moon, the Communitron 16 is just fine for some people, I suppose. Let me see what the HG5 looks like. I know how it, I remember how it flops out. It's a fair bit of weight, and then it flops out, and then what is the thing? And the aerodynamic profile of it doesn't really look like it's plausible either. I'm just going to go with the fold-out Communitron here, and I'd really just like one of them. It doesn't seem like it's we need three kind of an issue here. If we're taking off and we're going in that direction, how would I put it right on the tip of the ship right there? It'll add to weight and drag as we're turning over, in a very minimal kind of a way. Extend that antenna. As it doesn't line up in any of the other orientations, unless I start spinning things around a bit, which I could and should do. Like, so if I put you down here, nah, you're not gonna, just leave it where it is. So, it's got comms, it doesn't generate its own electricity, it doesn't have a lot of electricity on board. How about some electrical? We have some basic cells. We're just going to the moon, but it is a landing. I would be just fine if I just added a little bit of electric charge up there. I'd feel okay with that, I think. Yeah. Can I change the color of you? No? Alright. Science? Ah, we are landing. Fucking damn it. You're right. Which means we're not gonna have, if I do bring science, this does not have the delta V that we need. Yet again, I would be adding more and more and more and more delta V. Let's just look briefly. I guess we're not sciencing. That was the whole thing, was we'll do this, we'll do some science on the way, and then we'll have, extra science left over for, that we can take on the next mission. So, if I add that in, it costs us 100 meters per second of delta V. And you've got extra battery in there, don't you? You do. So if I take this battery off, I mean, we're still viable at 2,900, is the thing. I could, get rid of that too and just rely on these two smaller ones. We got a pilot, we're not transmitting back, we've got multiple satellites apparently now. So that's back up to 2,920. We are still moon landing and return viable at 2,900. I just would have liked 3,000 for my own comfort. The other part of this is that we already have high and low over the moon for goo. We're only going to be landing on one site and then returning home. So if I go down to just the one goo container, that saves us some DV as well. What is your problem? You are definitely not in the center. You are definitely not in the center. I'm snapping. Okay, maybe you are in the center now. Seriously though? Absolute? There we go. It was not on absolute. Okay. So we got thermometer, barometer, and that. It'd be nice to bring a Science Junior, but that takes a pretty significant redesign of everything here, and I don't want to go that much further. Open, don't save. What was our last ship? It was number 9. Alright, we're up to ship number 10. So 10, and this is, Moon Yahoo Express, because we're taking the Yahoo tourists. Alright. Is this good? You think? Dr. Wreck the Boss, sup on long time no see, saw you're playing Kerbal, wanted to say hey. Hey! Is this good for a lander stage? We're looking at 2952 meters per second. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Now we need to build a ship that can actually tuck underneath this ridiculousness that we've nest ridiculously. Which will be its own kind of problem because of the aerodynamics and everything. Maybe we put this out on the pad and just, put it into the virtual reality simulator and see what it does, huh? Fire these up and then break you guys off with that. That's worth testing. Let's just put this into VR, is my thought. So save it, and boot up the virtual reality thing with some launch clamps too, just to see, right? And then you guys. No. Okay, that's not what I meant to grab the. You want to grab the whole thing and pull it down, right? I don't think you want the launch clamps at all, actually. So, yeah, back up to. Those launch clamps look really good too. Very, very textured and detailed. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start those extended. They probably won't be able to hold the weight of this at all on Kerbin's gravity, but that's, you know, between them and their god. So engines fire, then we drop that, and then you and then there. The other thing that we could do, now that I'm actually thinking about burning these, is set up a fuel priority. And the fuel priority is already 20 and then 10, so I believe it pulls from the higher priority first. So, yeah. Flow priority is correct. Means that it shouldn't burn from here. Okay. Save it, put it on the pad. Let's see what we're doing. Beer break, indeed. I like that that we're taking the time to build something that's genuinely kind of interesting to me. Oh, those toothpicks do hold the ship up well enough. Let's have SAS on, and let's open the engines without firing them. And now let's fire them a little bit. Let's see what we get. What's the TWR? There we go. Okay, so we can just burn them. Dry fire scenario there. And fuel is being consumed from there and not from there, which is the way that we would want it. Yep. Training both of you guys. Okay. Let's say that we, landed, those were empty, and then the next thing that we would do is decouple those. And apparently we're just leaving them behind. And now, what's the TWR here? 0.63, still won't be able to launch, but then we would take off. Okay, and then the next thing that would happen would be we're done with y'all. This isn't gonna go well. And we're fine. Fine, and then parachutes away. Yep. And then we come down, everybody's fine, and then Jeb gets out, drops off the ship, falls down, smacks his head. See if we can't, wedge you in there. Just wedge you in there. Not to specifically cause a bunch of crazy crackety physics. There we go! The micro landing strut slightly overstressed is what I was going for there. Excellent. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. Good. Things work as we expect them to. And what am I looking at here? You're looking at altitude on Kerbin. Okay. In vacuum, 1849, 1104, 2953. We just have to figure out now how to attach this to a lifter stage. This ridiculous thing at the tip of a ship. Maybe we drag this up. Maybe and it's burning above us. I think it is time for a live stream break. I would rather finish a ship and then take a live stream break and then launch the ship afterwards. But let's have ourselves a 7-minute live stream break. We'll step away and just get some perspective on what the hell we're doing here. Get some, just step away, get some ideas about how to deal with the inherent issues of attaching lifter stage to the bottom of these 3, tanks at the bottom of this transfer and lander stage. Because it's going to be a thing. There's going to be struts involved. So stay tuned, have a think about it, meet me back here and tell me what you came up with, and I'll tell you what I came up with in 7 minutes. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Maybe we should just get over it and call it an 8-minute live stream break, huh? Bags, one of the cats, just puked in he's been hiding in the closet lately. Remember last stream I was like, he's hanging out with me, he's on the desk, all this kind of stuff. I gave him another flea combing, and now he's just like chilling in the closet with Tom Cruise and everybody else, I guess. Welcome back to KSP. We are building a craft that is supposed to deliver, well, it's supposed to deliver 4 tourists to the moon and bring them home. But we've got seating for 6 currently, and I was turning down a couple of YAHOos. There were a pair of them. Where's the pair of YAHOos? 2 tourists safely to their destinations, which were fly by land on the moon and just fly by the moon. Kind of cheap, but you know, we got to fill these seats. So we'll have all 6 of them going to the moon in this craft, if we can get this craft to actually go to the moon, because what we've done is built the transfer/lander stage, and we've packed it all in rather tightly, creating a significant amount of drag that will be at the tip of the ship. And also because we're immediately going to this tricoupler, left ourselves with a number of fun little issues of how do you build a lifter stage beneath this that will push it to orbit. And it's not just going to wobble and topple and flopple and all of those other things. And Legend of Drunken Gamer has the solution: duct tape. Always use the duct tape. That's what we need. And hello and welcome, Legend of Drunken Gamer. And Oregon, hello from Portland. Portland? Portland. The land of ports in the Oregonis? Their Oregon territory, which is preceded by the Oregon Trail, which is preceded by like a lot of racism and genocide against native cultures and stuff. Oregon! What? So, alright, another thing that I've thought of is we're just on the edge of, this is the Delta V, what's showing right now, 2900, that we've got in vacuum at the moon. If we pull that up, in vacuum at the moon, well, at Kerbal, but same at the moon. So, there's that. Let's try and do everything that we can for ourselves. Number one, in leaving behind the monoprop, because we're not bringing any. Well, we don't have any SAS, or RCS rather, on this unit, or on this craft. Don't intend to put any there. And the other thing is, I think, enable, not the staging, enable cross-feed for fuel from there, and then remove all of these, and still have a valid fuel flow? Not still have a valid fuel flow, because these are attached to that instead of this. Okay, well then we're not doing that. We're leaving that on, because I don't want to move them. There you go. So valid fuel flows from all of the things, right? Yes, each of you will have fuel delivered to you. Yeah, we're good with that. But that does get us back a little bit of Delta V if I do this again, because it doesn't save changes to things like monoprop on the Control Z. Good to remember that. That is what I call the EAS-4 strut connectors, duct tape. Usually the most populous part of any ship that I built. We're definitely going to need some of them for down here. So we are now switching to building the lifter stage, and that's a touch large, Pawn. I mean, I'd love it, but it's not gonna do. So 3 of you, what are you attaching to there that you're not giving me? Oh, right. So we're using smaller. Yeah, this is going to be very bad then. Even worse than I had thought it was going to be is what it's going to be. This is getting out of control now, but I could do these guys, and then it would be the sort by mass, TDO6 stack separators for each of you, and you guys just don't have sheaths in this mode when I make you look like that. If I take that off, alright, well then let's have the sheaths. Oh, here she comes again. What?
Recoup
what
mode
now?
Unlocked.
Yes! I said
Sir,
it would come.
I'm happy
Yeah?
to report that our recoup price has been reached.
Has it?
I've just raised our stop-loss price to the recoup position of $4,304.59.
Good.
I will let you know if the stop-loss triggers or if we get to let this puppy ride.
Yeah, ride that puppy.
Entering recoup mode.
So, the fairings are being blocked by the... Oh, this is a hell of a thing, isn't it? And this would give us the structural support we need. It's not that much extra weight. Let's pull these off. Pull you guys off, set you aside, and build. Because I believe so long as the fairings are fairing-ing, a little bit out like that, and then up and over? No? Okay, how about to there, and then? No? How about to... Where are you okay? To there, and then in... I don't like the way you look. Alright, well I guess that's how you're gonna have to look. I believe they give you structural support until they're gone. So, yeah. Yeah. It's one way of solving the issue, and then the landing legs need to go back on. The three of you, and just to kind of put them where I had them before without having to do a bunch of snap and dragon nonsense. Seems plausible. Yeah. Okay. I like how it's looking. I'm doubting that I'm going to be liking how it's flying. Which is just grab and then up a bit. Yeah. So down from here, we're apparently building with these guys instead of the larger fuel tanks that we have, in order to try and come up with a ship that'll lift this awkward load that I've created. You gotta create, you make a challenge for yourself, I guess. It being wider is not going to hurt us any, I think, on this. So engines, boy, I think 3 swivels is gonna be too much, but that's where we're going, at least to start. So let's get Delta V back over to Kerbal, and let's talk about altitude at, let's say 12 kilometers is what I've been doing so far. I think we usually get to about 15, but we'll say 12 kilometers. And the Delta V on those is, well, TWR is only 1.32, so yes, and the Delta V is 2,078. We want that to be more like 2,500, which means we're going to be losing TWR on this to add more liquid fuel. It's gonna be tricky. I said it was gonna be tricky, and it's gonna be tricky. Add you guys up, put you on. We are now at 2383. Still not quite what we'd want. I mean, we can get away with that if we put a little bit more on the SRBs to make them more like 1100 off the pad, and that gets us there. Yeah, and then we drop it all back in. Problem with that, TWR from altitude 1.16. It will still be going forward. It will just be going a lot slower all of a sudden than it was on the SRBs, which is problematic. Let's deal with that later, if ever. But while I'm thinking about it as well, let's strut this thing up. I'm buying into the struts for the first time after all of these missions. So we'll strut this up from the bottoms. From you to... Why would you do that? And now you're there. You know what I don't trust? You, and that worked. So let's do that again. And it does it again. Wow. Okay, Kerbal. Sure. I'm just you know, bug testing for the game that's been out for in development for what is it, 14 years now? What are we up to here, squad? And then it just picks it right back up again. That is a thing that's happening. We're just gonna have to trust that they snapped and worked and they're not just there visually but actually are functioning. That will connect us all the way down here. We're held together up there to some extent as well. I'm gonna go with that, and then we'll see how the first flight goes. Add struts as needed. And again, looking at the TWR, 1.15 with almost 2,400. So we need 3,400 to get to orbit. Just another 1,000 on here for SRBs, and we've got something that has the potential mathematically, if not any other way, but technically is what we would say. So the way that I did this before, for those guys up there, let's see if I can't reproduce it. So I got you on at that angle, hopefully that's the correct angle, and then over to the engines, and what kind of big, long, significant, we might be looking at kickbacks for this guy. Kickback solid boosters. Snap you on. 1305. Sea level, 1173. A little bit more than we need, and a little bit, you know, going straight into something else. Love how they prevent movement, but instantly break upon staging. Is that how you guys usually look, the tops of you now? And that's the modeling is all curious, interesting, and different from what I know. If I pull you down, to the point where you're not doing that. Right. And then I believe my getting it in line. This is more than you need, Pawn, but it's just barely more than we need. One tick snap to the right. Damn, that was what worked for the last ones. If I tick snap you back to the left, go to absolute. Yeah, it's not quite in line there. What about you? Did I snap you? Local, absolute. I might just have the wrong angle on those for it to at least be a perfect match. You know, alternatively, I can just fudge it so that it looks good. Right? That's all we really need, is that it looks good. And then with you, I'm gonna pull you lower. We'll be sitting on these when we take off from the pad. And then these aren't actually going to be connected to one another. But we're going to have some cones. How interesting. Be really cool if they could snap and sit together, kind of a deal. But they're not going to. Lift the whole craft up so it's not actually penetrating the ground. So from sea level, that's almost 1,200 meters per second in delta V with a TWR of 1.42, which is a little bit more than what we'd want. Thrust limit that back 1.29, and I run the liquid fuel engines just a touch alongside them. I would go with that. And then at altitudes, that's about, let's say that's 1150 meters per second in delta V. And then we've got 2350. That gets us to orbit. TWR on the second stage, not great. I'll acknowledge, it's not great, 1.15. Not a lot of vectoring authority or anything like that once we're onto that craft at 1.15 TWR. We're going to want winglets. Any winglet that I add takes away from the stage that I add it to. What do I want here? Like, control surfaces would be very, very helpful, but it's just if I put it on this stage, I think the stage is going to need it. For the weirdness that's going on up top. And then, who's up for an extra strut between here and here? To add another point of stability. And maybe all three of these strutted at the very bottom of them. I would like to not. If I can not, then I will not. Let's strut, though, up here. I think it's a good premise. I'll put you about there. And then we'll see if the struts work this time on this setup. They didn't. If I then Control Z, do they come back? They do. What the hell, Kerbal Space Program? Let's have absolute snapping to dead center of the part, if you don't mind, and then up. Pull it down. This is not dead center of the... Well, maybe it is, and it's just this as well. So you, absolute snapping, that, straight up and down, thank you, then you, and that's going to be a big no there. Absolute. Alright, just going to have to eyeball it if I want it to look a certain way. And to do. Over there. Getting a little bit too into the minutia. Hold on. You know me and minutia. We are friends. Yeah, it looks fine. Friends to a point, anyway. So SRBs strutted to there. Technically correct, like Delta V and stuff. Wow, what a craft. The Moon Yahoo Express. 41,348 Kerbucks it costs to launch this thing. Let's hope you get to 16 to 17 kilometers before you detach the SRBs. I think we will, actually, with 1,166 from sea level. I think we will actually make that. So let's look at staging. SRBs fire, and then we drop those as we would be kicking these on. Except for I'm going to burn those alongside it. We've done the Delta V math, so we're going to stick with that. And then once we're up there, we'd want to be able to throw the fairings away as we're finishing our circularization. So fairings go away, and then we would pop those decouplers as these engines fire. Yeah. And then we would be popping those on the surface of the moon, popping these when we're coming back into orbit, and then popping our parachutes when we're coming down. Is it suddenly done? I mean, I've expected the lifter stage to be much more difficult. I think we're going to go through a couple of iterations of this one. I think there's going to be a couple of different parallel universes where these tourists didn't live before we get one that works. But let's just make sure we've got the right tourists. All four of you fellas want to fly, land on the moon, land on the moon, land on the moon, land on the moon. Yes. So, Verbals, you're in first. And then Jaming Kerman, he goes in. Sean Rod. Is there a Sean Rod? Sean Rod to the space, to the VAB, please. And so that's all four of you. And then the two that are getting this real cheap, because they showed up late, which is really... Gerlo, we're going to put them into their own thing and hope they don't, like, talk to the other guys, because we don't really want them knowing. Where's Jeb? Oh, he's flying. Wait a second. This is a tourism mission, and Val's already a level 2 pilot. Yeah, Jeb, you fly it. Anything that's not actually, like, science, you know? Anything that's, like, grunt work, we call Jeb in, because screw him. That's everybody aboard the Moon Yahoo Express. Save it. The only other thing that I could think to do right now, unless somebody in chat's got an idea, would be we could make a little action group. Cute little action group like we've done before. So, select that. Say on Custom 1, when I press the button, you will go away. On Custom 1, you'll open the doors of that, and then when the doors are open, you'll also deploy the antennas when I press number 1. That's all I got. Anybody else? Seems solid. Let's go. You're gonna. I'm gonna quote you on that. 5,209 meters per second of Delta V total from Kerbal sea level to the moon and back is the idea, with 6 tourists aboard. Save that craft and put it out to the pad. I'm sure we'll be first trying this. I'm really concerned about that liquid fuel stage having such low TWR when we switch to it. Alright, step 1. The craft did not just immediately like fall over on the pad for some reason, so we've done that. I think we call it another live stream break, crack another beer. Alright, let's call it a day. Good work, everybody. I'll see you back here this Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, for more Kerbal. What is the final reentry weight versus parachutes? I didn't do any math on that. It's some amount divided by the square root of some other amount. And hello, by the way, question easy. Question easy. An easy question. And that was not an easy question. What do you think? I know these numbers off the top of my head? Little Magnus cheering 10. Let's sign the tourists up for a timeshare while we are at it. I mean, as long as we're doing things that are definitely not in their best interest. SAS on, throttle to just a touch. Just a little bit of a touch there. Maybe even less of it. Maybe we don't need it at all with those. Maybe we're gonna, it's just a touch. Okay, no, I'll tell him. Will the owner of a tan Buick with license plate KPE 7293 please leave? We don't like your vehicle. Little Magnets with a sudden gift sub bomb. 6 gift subs. All right, now I gotta scroll. Hang on, I'm scrolling. Little Magnets with a gift sub to the Amish Stig, Squilly Joe, Dr. Talibur, Doc of Myrrh, King Akira, and Mattermaker. Mattermaker. Little Magnets, thank you so much for 6 gift sub bomb. Welcome everybody else to or back to the Big Dick Club, as may or may not be your length. It has now increased 3 inches coming your way. That doesn't sound right in any context. And Legend of Drunken Gamer, seeing 4 parachutes, just don't know what the final way of the craft is. Yeah, so divide by the square root of the cosine of the tangent of 4. Legends of Drunken Gamer also with the sub. We're getting a train going. I don't think there's a sub train, but thank you so much, everybody. Just remember how supportive you were right before all of this exploded and went very, very wrong. Ooh, look at these Kerbals. Just another thing that we can do before, you know, actually having to fly the ship, which seems like a dangerous and bad idea. So we've got you, nice little swept haircut there, and then we've got another one with the COVID. They turn blue when they've got it. And then, oh, I like that. I hope that's a girl, because that is turning me on. I mean, it works either way. That's not so much turning me on. Hello, Morgan. The Kerbal Morgan Freeman has snuck aboard. Needs a few more sunspots, I think. And wow, you are clearly, oh, you were here for the Minmus trip, I think. This is for the moon. I mean, you've already paid us, so you're screwed. But I'm pretty sure what you wanted to go to was Minmus. Next time, another 100 grand, it'll be fine. Will Riker? Will Riker is aboard. Oh my God, I had no idea. Number 1. Yeah, that's you. We're all clapping and cheering for you. Did you swing your leg over the chair to get into it? That's all of them, apparently. All right. I just tried a moon run with 3 Kerbals and gave up because I couldn't find a moon orbit. Rest in peace, 3 random Kerbals. At least they were randos, you know. YAHOOs, as we call them around here. Push the button in the bottom left so we can see start stage weight and stage weight. Does that tell you that at some point? So that would be like, this would be just the craft, and the thrust, ISP, TWR, burn, etc. Whatever you've got there, you can see that those are the numbers by the negative tangent cosine. Just whatever. I don't want those numbers up there obscuring my view of the horrors that are about to be committed atrocities. All right, Houston, could we get a countdown?
On. That ship is too big for you.
I've flown helicarriers on this channel. You don't know.
I know. I've seen you try and fly things. That is way too big.
I can handle them big. Just give us a countdown.
I'm sure you can, big boy. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And off and away we go. Into the wild blue yonder, here we go, over the sea. At a nice slow pace to start. I'm going to turn down just a touch to the 90. Once we get it started, we might not be able to pull it back, is the thing. Okay, yeah, spinning is helpful. pull that prograde off. Let's see what happens here. Try and give you guys a view while I keep these Kerbals alive. It's very stable so far. It doesn't look like we're getting any shimmy or anything. And we didn't put a ridiculous amount of struts on it. Turning 200 meters per second right now at about 4 kilometers. Getting some dangerous speeds as we turn down the ball. Want to keep falling down the ball a little bit faster. Pulling a bit off to the south also, I see. Solid fuel, still quite a lot of it left in there. Up to 400 meters per second at just 9 kilometers. Not the safest speed that we could be going, I would say. Solid fuel getting to the bottoms now. Going to go full liquid fuel shortly. Full liquid fuel now. Dropping. Oh, and they fell away so nicely. And pulling down at 16 kilometers. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, what are we looking at apoapse, periapse wise? Already to 36K on the apoapse. And this is feeling stable as stable. With a little bit of roll. No, I didn't mean to kill the engines there. I accidentally touched the throttle. Happens to the best pilots on a bad day. Wow. So now it's just a question of whether or not this works out. I have a much reduced TWR now that we're on the liquid fuel, so I really need to ride the ball a bit higher than usual on this turn down. I might stick at 35 for just a minute. Try and get an idea of what's going on here. Ship looking good, looking very stable. Not even halfway through the liquid fuel yet. Orbital prograde down to 25 degrees on the ball as we hold at 35 here at 42 kilometers. Apoapse coming up to 60K. And I'm going to start turning down a bit, and let's see if we can't stay, keep that apoapse below space as we burn for quite a long time, because we've got half the liquid fuel remaining here. I'm going to get dead on the horizon, maybe even a little bit below the horizon. Yeah, a little bit more below the horizon, because one long burn is more efficient than the other things, if you can get away with it, if you can do it. And with such a low TWR on these liquid fuel, on our liquid fuel as we were coming, this has worked out okay. Yep. I'm going to turn down the ball just a little bit more. Apoapse now in space. I'm going to just keep burning. Just keep burning. We're at 62. Apoapse at 71. Periapse is looking great. Going to let that apoapsis go up to about 74 is my idea, so I'm turning down the ball a little bit more to try and make that happen slower. We're at 74, I'm killing the engines, and I'm following prograde, and we have risen that periapse up to negative 98. We have 261 meters per second of delta V left in these liquid fuel tanks. This worked brilliantly. It is a first try. Holy crap. We're not going to we're going to be throwing fuel away once we're up here. Look at how wide that trajectory is, that suborbital trajectory around the planet. That was brilliant, beautiful, worthy of an F5. Whew, YAHOOs to the moon. It's actually happening. Keep it around 200 meters per second for the first Atmo layer. Yeah, we were pushing, we got up to like 600 meters per second. But we had the stability there. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that it all came together. We are now in space. I'm going to warp us up toward the apoapse. And like I say, we're going to get orbit with this stage entirely, so I don't have to worry about not having the TWR on the next stage to handle that. Pretty slow to move kind of a ship here when it's just under reaction wheel control now. Nice ascent. Oh, thank you. Question. Easy questions. Rex Skates gifting a sub. That's coming in to Naram. Fire the liquid fuel. Okay, yep, no, that's maybe just a little bit less. I'll just slowly push that apoapse out because there's a bunch of stuff happening in chat. Question Easy, thank you for the 101-bit cheer for the nice ascent. That's why we did that. Hey, pull it down, pull it down, pull it down. Don't let the apoapse run away from you. Periapse is coming up now. We want to drop this stage, though. I'll take it up to about 40 kilometers in the periapse, and then we're going to drop the stage because we don't want it coming with us. So goodbye to this. I forgot to do the bearings. Goodbye to that stage. And then finish. Oh, okay, that was things exploding. Hopefully they weren't on us. Finish this circularization up to 74. That's fine. 73 and 74. Rex Skates gifting a sub to Naram. Welcome back to Big Dick Club, Naram, and thank you so much, Rex Skates. And Legend of Drunken Gamer giving a sub to Captain Howdy. Thank you, everybody. Jesus, you're being so kind to me. It's like I did something well. I'm gonna actually circularize just for y'all. We have now a 74.2 and 74.2 perfect circularization. You're welcome. Ah, brilliant. Brilliant. We're in space with 1,765 meters per second delta V reporting. And then another 1,000 after that from the interior stage, 2,700. Well, we've got 2,900 delta V in these tanks to go to the moon and come home. I think we got this in the bag, you know, as long as I can fly it, land it, all the other things. Set you as the target. And since I'm not sure how long it's going to take these engines, I've got 3. Let's just look at it. We didn't actually see it because things were happening so quickly. Oh, it looks beautiful. Oh, it's just freaking beautiful, it is. Yeah, and there's the moon's behind us? Okay. Just freaking beautiful. Just as I designed it. Landing gear deploy. No, we're going to the moon. But where's the moon? You're over there, and I was going to set up a node over here because I don't know with just those 3 small engines how long it's going to take. I'd like to be leaving it at a relatively decent time. Not starting my burn too late. So we'll pull that out a bit and see what we've got. We're coming in for a landing here. So I'll put, what do we got, 870 on there, huh? And we're not going straight to landing. I'm just looking for, yeah, an entrance to the moon that actually slows us down a little bit as we're coming into the moon. Periap's at 74. If I pull up our maneuver node-y kind of a things, maneuver node, and then select that maneuver node, and then come over to... Can I not do that because I don't have communications? Why can't I adjust that node from there? Let's deploy our communications then. There you go. I don't know if that was the problem or if it was because I had a right-click menu open or what. But there we go. Now I can switch over. I'm going to pull down the scale of adjustments here. And that's not the retrograde there. Pull this into a real low, nice close 14K pass of the moon. And where the hell is that periapsis actually? It's coming around pretty equatorially. Could make an adjustment on our way, where I believe it will be cheaper to do. F5 that node. And this is going to be a burn time of 3 minutes. That's why I wanted to do it, and see when it was that we needed to leave. So if it's a 3-minute long burn, and then splitting it in half, I'm going to leave it 1:18 for this. 1:18, 1:17 with full thrust. When the node is to 1:18, 1:17, that kind of thing. So 1:18 is when we'll leave. Whew, with those tiny engines forever times pi, which equals, as we all know, 1 minute and 18 seconds. Okay. Get back here. Again, F5. I'm just a little bit... Things are going too well, so it seems sketchy to me. Like, they're not supposed to go this well, are they? Coming around to the dark side of Kerbal. Yeah, and then you need to get to your target here. 1:18 is when we wanted to leave. It's 1:30 now to the node, as seen here. There we go. Get on that target. That should center it. And we want to be leaving right now. Okay. And we are firing. Blowing that apoaps out and toward the moon at the time that we were indicated. I'm going to be in F5 now. I'm not gonna F5 now. I'm just gonna go to Fizz Warp, and we're gonna get another notice from the auto trader.
Let it ride unlocked.
Let it ride!
Sir.
Yeah.
The market is up from our purchase price significantly enough to slap it hard and let it ride.
Yeah, do that.
I have returned our
Sounds
stop
sexy.
loss price to $4,268.09.
Okay.
I'll let you know if the market descends significantly from here, or if we
Good.
get to go the long haul.
Yeah. Get me to a
Entering let
long
it
haul.
ride mode.
Haul that longly. Because then we get to, eventually we get to actually sell and make money. Theoretically. She hasn't done that for me very often yet. But we're still I feel the system is completely developed. I think I've gone through an incredibly bad period with the crypto markets. In case you're just tuning in, that was my crypto trader that I've programmed in Python and taught to speak, because I've got a fetish or something like that. A Tony Stark kind of a mentality about the whole thing. Oh, we've lost the target. You get, like, yeah, follow that target a little bit better. There you go. But yeah, that was her updating me. She's just following a set of rules and conditions that I've set up for trading, and it's nice because I can blame her for losing my money instead of me, even though I'm the one who made the rules and whatnot, and did the statistical analyses. But hopefully we'll hear about how I made a bunch of money by the end of this live stream. Okay, I'm going to slow this down. We're losing the target in the other direction now, so we're back to 1 times warp. Staying with the target. Pushing that app-waps out. Would be a good time to be watching the moon instead of this, but now I'm kind of here. Okay, follow the target pawn, right? Following the target. And just finishing this off slowly. And I really need to find the moon. Where can I click and actually see the moon right now? Because I'm lost it. There we go. You, sir. Where's our actual periapse? It's there. And we want to keep burning. And come around the front side of the moon. Come on. We ain't got all year. More. Yeah, touch more. Okay, what's this periapse? Real periapse of 8.2. I might stick it with a 9. We're safe there at the moon, and, you know, we've done a little bit extra of the work. So, we're there. The next thing that I'd like to do, just to make this really nicely equatorial, we have not landed equatorially on the moon. We landed polar the first time that we came. Yeah. Let's go out a little bit from Kerbal. About less than halfway is where I'm going to put us out. So, warp to here. We have no science that we need collected until we're landed on the moon, I'm pretty sure. Even though I've got new science. You have new science, you could have brought something new, I think. Damn it, I'm a fool. There were a lot of considerations here. So, to twist this, I would burn, because we're coming around the front side and going that way. Would it be an anti-normal, is what I'm thinking. That's the normal. And the pink triangle with the other stuff, yeah, on the sides, that'd be our anti-normal. Hopefully I'm right here, otherwise I've just wasted all of our time. And a little burn, and I'm wrong. It was the normal. Normal is up, but it depends on how you're coming in at the thing that you're coming in at. And I'm very used to coming in from the other side, I guess, from the speed run, which I started doing for no justifiable reason. I was just doing it. Get that looking equatorial, and there we go. I just saw the ascending and descending nodes flip. So we're nicely equatorial. And then, again, because we don't know quite how long it's going to take to burn with these small engines, I will actually set up a maneuver node for capturing the moon. App-waps. So, burn retro. And is there like a better time to go so that our app and parry, or our app doesn't adjust the parry too much? Like, that's a lot on the lost on the parry apps is what we're doing. That's fine though, and that's going to be a burn time of about a minute. So yeah, that's why I wanted to do that. If we start earlier, why do I lose my parry apps? And then if we go later, It's just taking us so long to get it done that we're losing some of our periapsis when we do it. Huh. 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 I don't quite understand that. But, you know, here we are nonetheless. Let's rush up. In fact, let's go straight to that node. It's a minute-long burn. Go back to the ship. And let's see if we can't find the moon as it's approaching us, or as we're approaching it, or what is this view? So there's the one thing, and here's the other. Moon incoming! Holy crap. Just straight in there real hard. So, getting on the retrograde. And I think I'll just burn pure retro, as opposed to trying to follow any targets or anything like that. How are we doing on EC? 230 of 250, we're fine. And I'll just start this burn. In fact, no, I'll do it at full throttle. So this will be like 29. We want to do this at 29 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Moon's underneath us. Alright, T-minus 31, 30, 29. Firing on retro for capture of the moon. There's that app's come down. Look at her firing, and look at her forget which mode I had her in. Periapsis, we're losing a bit of it. I'm watching the apps down here. And that's going to be our burn. Okay, I'll hold it there. 8 kilometers and 6. I think we need to not be this low at the moon. I don't remember what the highest thing on the moon is. It's... which version do we want? We want free. Yes, there we go. Not sure what the highest mountain is on the moon, but I don't feel comfortable at 6.7. I can tell you that. That being the case, I believe I could just burn straight up and raise our periapsis. So, periapsis back there. Well, it's behind us, though. So straight up is not the thing. We'll just get to our app and raise that, or we won't, because we're coming in for landings and things like that. It's just so tight, and I don't know what's going to kill me up here. F it. We're going to go straight down, and we're going to land in U. Yeah. Right in that little crease there. If we can get that, then we'll do that. But Alt F5, just, let's see, so, actually I think this is like the 4th, we'll say it's the 4th, just, damn it, just before that mountain hit us. That's what that save is. Highest mountain is 7,062 meters, so we could hit a mountain on the moon, but it's near the North Pole, and that's the highest. So if there's one that's 6.6, as we go around the moon, then that's a thing as well. You can go ahead and be kind of on your retrograde, generally speaking, for now, I guess, but we're going to go around the moon, and apparently we're going to do that at 10 times speed, because I forgot about that part of things, and that it's just going to take us longer because I decided to be this low. But that's fine, because it just gives us time to spend with the Kerbals. You know? Blue lady here. Totally not getting people sick. Look, there's the Kerbin is out your window. Oh, yeah, and there's the moon surface there. Hello, Morgan Freeman. And then over there, kind of upside down for you. And then number 1 is saying, wow, it kind of looks like the ground is coming up at us. Some of their views are a bit terrifying, I would say. I don't need you anymore. You can go away. Okay, where are we in terms of going round the moon? It's still going to be a minute at 10 times. 10 times. We got all day. We're here for the explosions that are entirely potential at these heights around the moon. You're screwed. I'm screwed? How could I be screwed? I'd need a partner for that. Getting to the top of our apoapse just now. And starting to descend again. So we are currently safe from mountains for another, what was it? How many? Highest mountain? 7,000. For another 1,700 meters. And then not so much. But I could land this. I would prefer to land this. It's full sunshiny day. Just looking at that, because that would be a place where the ridge would be high, right? Where the asteroid impacted and kind of kicked a wave formed the Earth, the moon, the surface of the moon up. It's a potential death point. I think we'll be okay. Are we, by the way, could we go faster because we're at 8 times? No. What is it? Below 10. So from now on, never visit the moon below 10 kilometers. You idiot. Incidentally, aren't you supposed to turn my lights on? Oh, well, you've turned those lights on. Let's help the crew here. What about your lights? Can I not do it while we're in warp? Yes, that's it. So lights on for you. Oh, lights are on. The models just don't show lights in this pack. Okay. There's a lot of little things that I'm noticing about this pack. It ain't exactly perfect. It's restock bit. So we're going over ooh. Baby, I love your way every day. Jeb, we could use some science here. EVA report? Above the moon's far side crater. We've never done that before. We could scrape some EVA reports from the moon that we haven't done before as we come in for landing. Help a little bit in getting the 2 tiers unlocked that we needed for everything that I wanted to do on that satellite mission, that satellite contract. Here, what are we over? With and then no, EVAU, and then EVA report. Moon's Midlands. We've already done that, so we won't collect it. Quick question would be, is that not Midlands because it's over a depression? I don't know the moon's Midland craters. Yeah, I don't know the moon's EVA zones the way that I know Minmus's, because for the speedrun, you use Minmus and all of its zones a lot. Not so much with the moon. We don't even look at the moon in the speedrun. Oh, we've lost comms? Well, isn't that a lovely time to lose comms, huh? And then we're coming right over this thing, which I think is its own EVA zone, right? Its own biome, or whatever you'd call it. Yeah. It's like ejector something. So, while we're right in the Valley of the Shadow of Death, Jeb, you want to step out and give us an EVA report? Moon's Canyons. Okay. Right in the canyon there. Get him right in the canyon. F5. We are not... Oh, wow. That's... Yeah. That's real close. We are not that high up for having to scrub 500 meters per second worth of speed. And then effect a landing. And also, yep, just scrape a little bit of the parachute off of the top of that ridge as we go. Why don't you? Okay. Jebediah, one more EVA before we start our landing. And that'll be about now. EVA report. Still the moon's canyons. No. EVA report. Still the moon's canyons. EVA report. Still the moon's canyons. I'm gonna have to start landing here. We collected that one. All right, I'm gonna have to start landing here. So SAS on retrograde. Oh, we're not even really into it yet. I was worried about we're missing the crater. Let's try this one more time then with the EVA that I wanted. Report. Moon's east far side crater. Boom. Okay. SAS on, retrograde hold. And it's time to start landing. It does look pretty flat ahead of us. So, there. Yep. And burn. And let's see what's going on with this landing. Dragging that in. 500 meters per second left in this particular stage, which is one that we leave on the ground empty, is the plan. Once we've come down. Wow. Yeah, we need to scrub a lot of speed very quickly here. Why are you not following your retrograde anymore? We've switched to surface retrograde anyway, which is good because I forgot to do that. I'm gonna try and keep my burn completely lateral because I would prefer to land here than there if that's a thing that can happen. I'm not sure if it is or not. But yeah, that would be nice. It's looking good now. I'm going to start following retrograde again. "140 meters per second left in these tanks, and then we'll start drawing from here. 100 meters per second. Both in what's in the tanks and our surface speed. I'm going to start letting us just drop with some speed. This is radar altitude, so that is true. Yeah, just a slow burn to not continue gaining speed toward the surface as we fall. 700 meters to impact. Fire hard, fire fast. If we absolutely have to, I can drop these tanks, but I don't want to. 300 meters to surface. Deploy landing gear. Almost forgot about that part. 150 meters, traveling at 13.3 meters per second. Need to slow that down a lot. 60 meters to the ground. 40 meters to the ground. 20. Okay, yep, stability assist. Yep, just touch us down. Touch us down. And we are landed on the moon. SAS off. Come on, landing legs. Oh yeah, that's a bit of a slope. Come to a full and complete stop, please. We don't need to... This isn't a sledding expedition. Okay. No, it's good. In that way that it's not that good. Just catch a bit is what you want. Let's see, so... remove from symmetry. Spring damper. Spring strength. Less. Removed from symmetry. Spring strength. Less. Whoa. There you go. A little bit of that. And then you're the last one. Spring strength. Full. Damper. I don't know if damper helps. Well, we've got ourselves a nice little moon rover. We'll be down there in a couple of hours, so that's cool. That's a pretty, like, neat way of trying to handle that situation, though, right? I just came up with that on the fly. Spring strength down, more so. Give you a little bit of strength so we're not just dragging the engine. I mean, it's a nice attempt. Anyway. Are you even touching the ground on this side anymore? Who's to say? Oh, we've come to a full and complete stop. When I hit the time warp button, and then it pops us back in, and then and then now we've got more speed. Cool. Can I F5? Okay, we've F5'd on the surface of the moon. Perfect landing. Everything's going exactly as planned. This was part of our so that the tourists could just see more of the moon. Like, look at that, huh? It's like being at Disneyland. You get to, it's a movie, it's a ride. Yeah. We're good. We're fine. Everything is, we're toppling over. No, that's gonna be, so, oop, yeah, this way. It started to slide in the wrong direction. Down there. A little bit of, just spin you upright. How we always plan it. This was the mission profile from the beginning. Nice one-legged toboggan down the, and then if I dropped the tanks, the empty tanks right now, maybe they would stop us. F5. Okay, I'm gonna try dropping the tanks in 3, 2, 1. Wait, can I get you to just, what if you sat upright for a minute? Okay, just a little bit upright with the slope, and then drop the tanks. And now there's something for us to bump into, unless they also... Okay, yeah, but we didn't not bump into them that way, was what we weren't going to do. And then if there's one behind us that's actually pushing us down the hill, that's another not how we meant it to be kind of a thing. Ha, catch this leg. Catch this leg. There you go. A little bit extra friction. This is... Everybody's moon missions look like this. Let's do some science. Let's just spin that out. Yeah, that didn't help us. Ooh. Just shove you out front like that, and then this rock will stop us. I don't want to like use the fuel in order to, and then all the other things. If I just dropped all the spring strength on everything, if I just took in the landing legs, let's start by like spring strength down on the front as well. Yeah. Right. There you go. Boy, somebody should have thought about some friction on these pads. At least we're sitting a bit upright for the moment. I'm gonna turn SAS on. We'll just drain a little bit of electric charge. That'll hold us up. Let's do some science. Let's do some science. You're losing fuel. What? Using fuel for my information? Did I have some kind of burn going? I hit X a number of times. Why would I be losing fuel? Anyway, log the temperature from the moon's east far side crater. Congratulations. Get me some pressure data here. Pressure gauge is sitting there motionless. Perhaps you should tap it a few times to be sure. Yeah, we're in space, so that is a thing that'll happen. Observe some mystery goo for me. From the east far side crater worth 36 science. And then crew report. Indeed, and now I just need to get out without the ship toppling down the hillside with Jebediah and grab an EVA and a surface sample. No big deal. No, what? No, and then EVA, surface sample. Crater seems to have been a really nasty impact and the samples are heavier than normal. You look up and search the sky for curtains, suddenly you feel very small. Get back in the ship, get back in the ship, get back in the ship. SAS on. Okay, and then get the one leg. Okay, the toboggan's really a-going now. So that's pretty much all the science that we planned on getting while we were here anyway. You know, we could leave now, is what I'm saying. We're out of contact with the KSC too. They have no idea this is happening, thank God. Electric charge, 199 of 250. We're fine on that. I think it's time to go. Or we could just leave the tourists behind, go head out and like try and pick up some moonstones. That's an idea. Just good slippy slidey kind of a thing. Did we get all the science? Surface sample, EVA, crew report, thermometer, barometer, moon or goo. We had some goo in there. I think that's it. So 935 meters per second of delta V to get home with. F5 from here. Can't do it while moving over the surface. You don't know. We're not moving over the surface. What do you mean? We come off and fly west. I mean, if we just want to leave immediately and not go back to orbit. Maybe you should just go back to orbit, Pawn. Alright, let's try and do this, correctly. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, please strap back into your seats. The captain has turned off the free floating sign. No more floating in the atmosphere or on the moon here. So please, upright and tables and trays and things, because we're getting the hell off of this rock. In 3, 2, 1, go. Yep, and down onto the 90. Just fly east and get back to orbit. Gonna be my plan. We're not that high above anything yet, so you do need to continue making a bit of height for your apoaps. And let's try pulling the prograde, pulling the landing gear, pulling the prograde back over onto the east. Now we're on the east. Apoaps of 3-point-something kilometers, 0.8 kilometers. 4-point-something kilometers, a little bit more height if you don't mind. 6 kilometers. I'm going to start putting all of my pressure just on the horizon. And I'm going to start actually putting it below the horizon a little bit, try and hold the apoaps where it is, bring the periaps up. Okay, that's 30 on the moon, or on the apoaps. Periapsis is almost up. And this would be fine to leave from with 325 meters per second of delta V to get back to Kerbal. Can we do that? Is it allowed, is the thing. So, if we add a maneuver node here, and then we burn out a bit of prograde, where that's already a ridiculous amount of delta V that we don't have to spend. So back down to the 325 that we do have to spend. There's 320 meters per second of delta V. Where are my... I can't even friggin' see, is the deal. Yep. So if we leave from there, we don't need to spend all of it either. That down, give me a periapsis. Leave a little bit later. Right. Not easy to make these adjustments. There's a... If I turn the scale down and I click right over here, and that'll get me leaving a little bit later, a little bit later, a little bit later, and we can come back with these guys at... I feel like we should be higher than usual. So we will leave then with a burn time of 32 seconds, spending less delta V, almost all of the delta V in the tanks, but we could do it cheaper. You used smallest legs, so least friction, they are smooth. Well, you just, somebody's gotta, like, get under there with some, I don't know, scuff it up. A hammer, just bang it or something. That's ridiculous. I need to put, what are those little friction pads that they got in the game on the bottom of the legs? It's ridiculous. So it's a 30-something second burn. F5 me from here. We'll warp up to here. Sandpaper. That would actually smooth them out over time. So no, it's the, you just bang them up. Knock them around. You know what I mean. What do you mean? I don't know. I was hoping you did. That's why I asked. Oh God. What now? Long haul?
Long haul unlocked. We're in it for the long haul now, sir.
Yes.
The market is up significantly from our buy-in price.
All
And
right.
I've decided to make camp here.
Good.
I've set a shallow stop loss at $4,295.59 in case this position doesn't go the distance.
Fucking
But
A.
the odds are strongly in our favor now, sir.
I'm just gonna burn prograde.
Fingers crossed.
What are you doing with your fingers?
Entering
Wait,
long haul mode.
Long haul. We're in long haul in the Ethereum market. Okay, so I'm just gonna burn half throttle from 32, so that we do this either side. Nice and slow. We're in no hurry. I mean, we just spent quite a bit of time just slowly sliding down a crater in the moon. Like a lot of time. Like a lot of people left. Like that amount of time. But yeah, we'll just take this nice and slow. Oh, look at that friggin' view. Look at how those look within the gold and then the... from back there. I love it. Uh-huh. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Oh, and we're seeing an eclipse. There's an eclipse on the surface of the Kerbin. On the surface of the Kerbin. So what did I say was going to? You want to be a little bit higher than usual. You're looking for like a 35-kilometer return here. Okay, 200 and something. 100 and something. 44. 35. A little bit higher, so this is more like a 36 even, because we got a big ship. We want it to slow down a lot in the atmosphere. We want it to come down a little bit slower than usual, but we don't want to end up whipping around the planet and going twice, kind of a thing. But that's good. We're down to 14 meters per second in Delta V, a perfectly planned ship where I kind of intentionally just threw away some of the extra fuel that we had at the end, because we could have done that more efficiently. Drop that, and we are going home. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what's our height right now? 32. Are we too high to get EVAs? Just above the moon's midlands? No, we could have gotten some, but we're not in an interesting place. Just wanted to check on that. Electric charge, lots of it. This is beautiful. This is we did very, very well with this. We damn well should have, for as long as it took me to design the ship. So F5 from here, and warp me somewhere near the surface of Kerbin. Well, near Kerbin, generally. What fucking camera? There it is. I just want to see the things coming. I think, wouldn't it be cool if we could enjoy what it looks like instead of just staring at the map 90% of the time. What do you think? Kerbal? Okay, yeah, that's nice. So at this point, we're good. Do we need to, remove any of the science data from there? No, it's all coming down with us. We're going to batten the hatches, so pulling in the antennas and closing up the ship there. And I'm going to drop everything at this point. Send it off behind us. If I send it off behind us, we actually get more speed. So let's just send it off like that. Throw it off in that direction. SAS on. You'll be holding retrograde, and it will be surface retrograde once we get there. But there goes that, and now we've got 3 ablators into the wind, and we're hoping that that protects everything else as well. Because we don't, theoretically there'd be a lot of plasma that's just going right in there and heating things up and exploding. But, it's Kerbal. They didn't give me a better option, so I presume that it'll work. God, I hope this works. After, everything, all the successes. I did not expect this to be as successful a mission as it was. Okay. We're into Atmo. We're following surface retrograde. Going into free camera mode. Put the planet underneath us, please, which it is. I promise you, it's probably down there anyway. And I'll try and keep, a flat part of us into, as the bottom, if I have that option, for the better surface lift, in terms of slowing us down a little bit faster. Ah, there we go. There's a view. Yes. Into the darkness. Really should be watching these things. Remember when I said that there's certain parts of this that might heat up because they're not actually ablated? And I mentioned the tri-coupler when I did? And now it looks like the tricoupler is heating up, and if the tricoupler breaks, then we are very, very screwed, and it is heating up a lot more than I would want it to at this height. We are getting a lot of surface lift out of this. You're not holding retrograde. Surface retrograde. There you go. Okay, yeah, there's things blowing up, but it's not us. If I rotate, get us some rotation. Yes, that's gonna save us here. Oof. Okay, maybe a little bit of rotation. It's fine. It'll be fine. Hello, Rachel Maelstrom. Is it Rachel Maelstrom? Rachel Maelstrom. Little bit of just, yep, that kind of a thing. A little rotation. We can keep the heat from hitting one spot at any given point. When did it stop following its SAS? Richard, the game's just turning things off on its own at certain points now. Okay. Looks like we're coming down in water. This looks like the edge of some land. Depends on whether or not we get past this coastline there. Yeah, we might not actually get past that coastline. It'd be nice if we were coming down in water. Who designed this re-entry where I have to tap the Q button constantly? I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Okay, I'm going to hold us there. I'm just going to let us go because I don't think we're overheating anymore. And now I'll have a look at map mode and see nothing because it's still, I can't see what it is. And apparently I can't change the brightness of map mode because of the visual mod that I've got installed here. Spectrum, I guess. Ah, but here we go. Now I'm starting to be able to see the edges of the terrain a little bit better. And we're at 28K. Looks like we're going to miss that. Hopefully we miss that land. And manage to drop in the ocean. We do have a lot of body lift right now. I feel like we're getting... If I did that... No. I mean, all it's showing me is drag. But I don't know. I feel like we're just very, very flat for a very long time. Sort of flying like a plane because of the two surfaces that are down here was my guess. Whether I'm right or not. And we are coming down in the ocean. Hurrah. You guys just might survive this one. So what are we down to? 800 and something meters per second. Let's go 4 times fizz. We are out. No, we're not out of electric charge. It just couldn't handle the 4 times fizz. If I kill SAS and let you flop in the breeze a bit. Good. You're slowing us down even more. We are on radar altitude right now, so those numbers are real. And we're also coming down over water, so they'd be real even if we were looking at sea level. And we've got a good speed. Now the question is, will these 4 parachutes be enough to slow us down for the sake of our tourists here? I will deploy our parachutes considerably early. At 5 kilometers. Now we get full deployment. And what's our speed hitting the water? Less than 6 meters per second. We're good. We're very, very good. I would love to try jettisoning those ablaters, but every time I've tried to jettison an ablator, it's just gotten stuck to the craft, done some crackeny stuff, and ended up causing explosions. Let's just savor these last moments of our descent. Anybody on the inside, like, got a good view of something? Just dark water, apparently. Alright. I feel like we're in a Stephen King novel movie. Movie based on a Stephen King novel. Here off the coast of Maine, where Satan commands the demons in the mist. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Everybody came home. We took 6, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, including Morgan Freeman and Will Riker. 6 tourists to the moon and home. And actually, this is the first craft that's ever landed on the moon and returned under its own steam, because Val didn't quite make it back all the way. F5 from here. Cannot, well, we're moving. Give me an F5, please. There we go. Got an F5, because the waves are... All right, recover the vessel, just in case the game crashes, you know. another successful mission with just a little bit of unexpected sliding down the side of a crater on the moon, which will happen to the best of us when you get down to it. And we bring back 468 science, which I think is everything that we need in order to get what we wanted, or it's just very close, because one of them's like 300, and the other one's 180. God damn it. No, it's probably will work out. And then with the money, up to 2 million. 2 million from, I think we had about 1.5 million when we launched that craft. And we got a whole bunch of level 1 tourists. They'll be back doing what do tourists do. They'll be back. Now that they're level 1, they can rent jet skis out here and just fall off of them for like almost 45 minutes. Come in, tell their friends they had a lot of fun, but it was just miserable. It was just absolutely, it's just like underneath your thighs, and it's like really hot engine, and then you're trying to control it, but every time you do this, it goes like that. So it's like then you're coming off of it, and then you're like, oh, I'm losing speed, and then you do it again, and then you're, Level 1 tourists, they can now rent jet skis and wish that they hadn't. So we've managed to do all of that, one mission, in just 2 hours and 40 minutes, which means I think we got some more KSP ahead of us. One more live stream break at least, and we'll keep playing. But I'm going to go somewhere else for 7 minutes, not because I can't stand you, and you're just driving me crazy, and I need space. Not because of that, but for other reasons, to give you a break from me. 7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn. Perfectly on time as always. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream. You're on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Your only source for fur trees. Welcome back, KSP. Another successful mission, first try, no reversions, which I'd like to say I'm pretty proud that we have been through this career mode so far. We had a couple of reverts, but they were within my own like wheelhouse of this probably isn't going to work. Let's give it a try anyway. It didn't work. Okay, you know, they weren't like fundamentally failed planning kind of thing. Launched a couple of ships over the water. I brought down like 3 or 4 of them into the water and took the loss, you know, that kind of thing. And one of them is like, screw it, we'll just revert this one. But I feel very good. We've been playing career mode. We haven't had to cheat too much. Hey, yo, Pawnee, how goes the suffering? It goes great. I mean, I've been suffering so much lately. It's awesome. Really, with the chronic fatigue syndrome and the effects and stuff, I've been doing so much things. I was flea combing cats. I built a house for an outdoor cat that's the mother of the 3 kittens that we saved. It's not done, but it's in the basement. I did cut my sheet wood and screwed it all together and everything. Looks real good. But just way too much activity for a man such as myself. And I have been suffering quite a bit, but in the best way, because it was worth something. And we continue the suffering today after an incredibly successful mission, sending 6 tourists at once to land on the moon, bring them back, got us up to 2 million Kerbucks in our pockets, 468.1 science, which we will need, and maybe a bit more even. We might end up scraping the Space Center for it, because the next thing on my docket, which we might change if we just can't do it, if it looks like it's going to take a ridiculous amount of time. But it was this satellite. They give us a contract to go up here and give it comms. It just doesn't have any comms, so we're supposed to bring it some kind of an antenna. But when we go out and look at it, we find out that it is missing a solar panel. It is the comms that they're telling us to put on it, if I recall correctly, attach a Communicatron 16. So that's not like, that just lets it communicate. That doesn't help us as a comms satellite, which it could very easily be given the, you know, location that it is. It's just high orbit over Kerbal and actually getting hit by the moon, but again and again. Well, we've been doing our mission. It's hit the moon like 2 or 3 times, and it's coming down to a final stable-ish orbit for a minute anyway, where it's just going to land in here. We made an adjustment to the satellite up front so that it would get into this. So we're coming up, and what I would like to do is repair the solar array. And I don't know, somebody said something in chat that because I'm not familiar with the engineer building system, but suggesting that if, like, maybe I could bring up like a repair kit is how I heard it. Maybe that's not what they meant, but I could bring up a repair kit and just repair the non-existence of this missing Gigantor solar array. But I assume that I have to actually like bring up a Gigantor solar array and attach it if I want it to be, you know, stable and correct. I'd also like to put SAS on this thing. It has no SAS, it's just RCS controlled. Which we found out is very, very difficult to control. I don't even know what's the core of this thing. A Probodyne cube. Okay. Sure. If I SAS on, yeah, we don't have any significant control over the cube there. No need to repair it, just break off the odd one. Yeah, just run into this side, and then it'll be unstable in a stable-ish, non-stable kind of stability stable. Right, 1010. Hey! I didn't even notice you in chat. You said I was on time. I need to look at the names more. Hello, Rai. It's been a minute. You better since the vid? I don't mind saying it. I don't make any money off of anything. But yeah. So Gigantor array, SAS, and in fact 2 of the small things, so we can put them symmetrically attached to either end of that. So 2 of those, Gigantor array, the Communicatron 16 that it wants me to bring, and an antenna I guess 2 antennas, again for the symmetry of weighting, to be SAS antenna, SAS antenna, gigantor array, and then we'll have this thing, and can do stuff with it. And while we're out here, we can get science data from it, because it's got 2 telescopes attached to it. That would be the plan, anyway. Somebody write that down. That's a lot of things that I have to carry up here, that I'm not quite sure about it. I don't think you could repair that array because it doesn't have the broken solar panel model on that side. The satellite is just missing one. It's not. But that's what I'm thinking. But somebody said something earlier. It made me think that that might be what they were saying, and I don't know the system. So there's a whole bunch of breakdown points in my logic there, potentially. The Gigantor solar array was out here. We would have to buy into Advanced Electrics for 160, and then U for 300, which is something we can afford. But then that would be all we could afford. I want 2 little SAS units. I want the Gigantor, the Communitron 16, and 2 comms units. So yeah, we're good. I think we're good to do this. I buy into Advanced Electrics. I buy into High Power Electrics. And now I have to figure out a way to bring a Gigantor, because I, again, haven't really interacted with the system. I have to figure out how I bring a Gigantor up. And that's my dad calling. So excuse me for a moment while I hang up on my phone. Well, he's calling this late? If he calls back, I might have to take that. Because it's it's approaching 11 p.m. here in the eastern time zones of the Unit des Staats. If we are going up, is there anything else that we can do while we're going up that would make us a little bit of money? Position satellite in equatorial orbit of Kerbal. Nope, we're going to fix one. Finish construction of a rover on the surface of the moon. I am loving these little engineering things. This is cool. Sambert from orbit of the moon. No, six tourists? I do it once, and now you're like, oh, he's into it. And then you all want to go to the moon and Minmus simultaneously. F all of you. Small hard point on escape from Minmus. 3 tourists. Doesn't look like anything's here, but the idea of finishing construction of a rover on the surface of the moon. Last year, experimental engineering group successfully landed a rover on a distant body due to some unforeseen litho-braking hazards. That's when you slam into the surface in order to slow down. Certain parts of the rover are unfortunately no longer attached. This is where you come in. We'd like you to repair the rover on-site, replacing any missing parts, and drive it to the target coordinates to fulfill its original mission. After you accept this contract, you view it, evaluate the missing parts, make a plan, send an engineer, attach the parts to the rover. You'll likely need to send an engineer. Are there other options for that? I love the idea. I'm kind of getting sick of the moon, if I'm honest with you. It's we've got a lot of empty space. I'm going to take that for another day. But for the mission that we're doing right now, unless this VIP, doesn't want to do anything important, then we're just doing this mission with the satellite. So, into the VAB to see what the hell this is going to have to look like. I suppose I could attach a Gigantor directly to my ship and then remove and place it elsewhere? Is that allowed, or do you have to be able to remove it and then put it into a bay that can store it? If I can avoid it all having to find that out the hard way, I'm going to avoid having to find that out the hard way. Let's look at the ship that we sent last time to do a satellite repair, because this will be the second time that we've done it. And that was Moon Tour Satellite Repair Mark 1. Loaded up. It's fine. We don't have the small gear bay? What? Why would we not I bought into that. It wasn't like unlocked for me as an experimental... What are you saying? Small gear bay. Was it unlocked for me for some reason? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's the container module. What's the small gear bay? And where is it? On the craft. What are you talking about? Does anybody know off the top of their heads what the small gear bay is and why it would be complaining that one's not on here? Alright, well, let's just start from where we start. So, number one, we're not taking up any tourists the way that we were last time, so get rid of all this crap, including the comms for now. Don't need to bring any science. Well, we could bring some of our new science. We should have new science that I haven't used yet. The magnetometer boom, and the seismic accelerometer. So, it's only useful on surface, though, isn't it? Yeah, the seismic accelerometer doesn't get data from just being out in space, and that's all we'll be, except for on the pad. Buy into it anyway. But the magnetometer boom, we could try and find a place to stick. Things to be considered later. In a minute. In a minute. Stuff all the components in a big-ass fairing. I kind of want to start from scratch here, but I decided to come in here for some reason. Because I wanted to see, so we've got that SAS unit. We would want one SAS unit. In fact, we want 2 SAS units. Let's just figure out... Yep. 2 small ones. It's up to 140 there. I want comms for the thing. And it's got to be decent comms. The RA2, sort by mass. RA15 is the heaviest, then RA2, Communitron HG5S. You're an antenna type direct, and I'm looking for a relay, so the HG5 high gain antenna would be the thing. Oops, no, get that back up. So again, it'd be 2 of these. One of you, and we've still got a fair whack, about 400 liters of space remaining. And the idea would then be, can I fit a Gigantor solar array? Construction only part. I can't I can't put the solar array on that thing where it needs it? Is that what they're telling me? Like, no matter how I did it? If I brought it up, could I rip it off and then put it on another thing? See, this is why I didn't want to have to find out on the fly. The other thing is, in order to just fulfill the contract, we will need a Communitron 16. Right, that is what the contract asks for. Communitron 16 on the aging Kerbal Majigger Madoodle. Yes. Linux Guru, rating with a party of 5. Hello, Linux Guru Gamer, and welcome in as we figure out how to do this engineering stuff yet again. What? Are you saying that I can, like, stack them or something? I can stack them. Oh, that's cool that certain parts can be stacked in a space. That's neat. It's gonna crash. Yeah, well, you mean Kerbal Space Program? It already did that once today, so we're full on our quota of KSP crashes. Right when we opened it up, of course, not after it had built up any, like, significant memory, or not for any reason that would make the slightest bit of sense, of course. We complete the contract that way. I hate the fact that we can't do the Gigantor solar array, and I don't have experience with the engineering. I would, if I were allowed, if I knew that it would work, I would take that Gigantor, I would do what Hologram 1 said, and, you know, build it under a fairing somewhere, and then once we got up there, I would rip it off of our ship and put it onto that. But I don't know that I can do that. And unless someone is going to be really confident in chat and say you can do that, then I'm just going to abandon fixing the missing array, which really sucks. Small gear bay is the landing gear according to the wiki. Oh, okay, so it was that one piece that we had to drag up to do a test on that I apparently haven't bought into. Thank you for looking into that, like I-89. I'm not confident, but you can probably do that. Anybody in chat know for certain that I could put this on our ship and then be able to rip it off and stick it onto a satellite once we're up there. Because I cannot, like, store it in here. It's saying construction only part, whatever that means. I presume it just means that you can't put it in any container. But it could also mean that this is not something that you're allowed to move once you're up there or removed from one craft and attached to another. You can, for certain, do that, probably. Okay, do it, Pawn. This is what the construction system is designed for. I guess we can test it. It doesn't hurt me any to build a craft that could do it and then get up there and find out that it can't. Yeah, alright. Not a big problem if that's the way it decides to go on us. But since we're using so much less fuel, so we're carrying so much less weight. We were bringing tourists up last time and needed to park in orbit of the moon and lots of things like that. I think this can be a lot smaller, including since we're not really bringing much science with us. So we just want something that is sized enough that it could fit a Gigantor. Oh, is that all? Yeah, that's all. We might have to bring 2 of them just for, you know, appropriate weight when you get down to it. We wouldn't be bringing back any of the parts, so yeah, we would break off there and come down, so that's fine. Everything below here can be disposable. And if that's the case, then I will try going straight to a payload, I guess. And we will do a interstage nodes so that I can hook it up like that, have enough space for a Gigantor. Did I throw it away? I guess I threw it away. Gigantor to try and fit in there, which I guess is going to be more interstage nodes. Nope. It barely fits, but since the engineer is just going to be prying it off and then, yeah, I'm okay with that, is how I feel. This is a surface mount only part, so that would mean, this isn't going to look good. Because I'm realizing as I'm doing this, give me a cubic octagonal, I could put that here, but then you get that there, and then if I attach this to you, it looks not quite right, because it's then penetrating that middle piece. Which would mean instead building, you know, something that comes up from the middle, out of a number of octagonal struts, and attaching it to, like, you. And then for weight balancing, having 2 of them. Kinda seems silly, doesn't it? A little bit. You know what else? Go ahead and give it 1 more bit of space there. So that it's actually floating free, and, you know, if you're gonna do it kinda poorly, half-assedly. What a thing. There. What a thing. Merge you 2 together a little bit. Not too much, just enough there in the middle. Have to do something with the other one too, though. Like if I bring 2 of them up and then I break 1 off, and this is like part of what we're carrying back, then it's going to throw our weight off on that end of things. 0.3 tons is what I think I saw when we were hovered over there. 0.3 tons. I mean, the other way to do it would be get rid of all this and don't put it vertically. And instead give it enough space like that. This is another way to do it. Just 1. Like that. Get you snapped to dead center. Rotate you so you're not going through those. No, I don't keep snickering like an animated character for any particular reason. Just that this would have to look like that. That's all. I like it. I like it. Just fairing it. Yeah. There we go. We're good. It will be completely unusable to us. But that's, yep, good. So then we can just build the everything else. Just the everything else then. So with the weight that we're carrying, it should be very small, reasonable. You know what you could do is go to this size instead. Yeah. And then I do have a fairing for that, don't I? And then it would be a little bit less ridiculous. Just slightly, but a little bit less ridiculous. So I get rid of you. I mean, I liked it. I enjoy ridiculous and everything, but probably enough room with that. And then again with all of this. Get you there. That. Grab it. That is absolute. Yes, it is. Sit you high and proud, I guess. No, you were fine because you were dead middle. And then I can go up and over and back easily enough. Build the fairing. We go out to wherever you allow me. And then up with snapping, I guess. To there. And then... What are you attached to that you've got that there? Hang on. What's going on with this fairing? Why does it have... Because it's a larger part. Oh, right. Because this is meant for a larger thing. Of course. Build the fairing again. I'll just go over it. I'll just go past that to up there. Okay. And then there's our liquid fuel. And then the engine that we'd want to use, we are sorted by mass. Use a couple of cubs for this. Several cubs. 3. Or just 2. Let's see what the TWR is on the thing. That's just 2. I like how threadbare that is. So for you, in vacuum, looking at 1,000 meters per second in delta V. Once we're in vacuum, chasing these satellites down in weird wonky orbits like this, though, it tends to cost a lot more than I think it's going to. TWR is more than fine there. I just think we want a bit more fuel than what I'm giving it right there. If I went up to one of you instead. And that's going to be 1,773 meters per second with a TWR of 1.31. I think that's reasonable. With not quite knowing what it is that we're going to need, that's reasonable. So that being the case, I'm not even going to use this. I'm going to build the rest of the ship. I'm feeling frisky. So that's in vacuum. We want to be looking at altitude for our liquid fuel stage now as we build the next bit of it. I'm going to want a decoupler of the correct size, which is going to be the TD18. We'll break you off of there. Decoupler and ablator we've got up here. We do have that up here. Yeah. There's the decoupler, there's the ablator, and that's the only bit that we'll actually be coming home with. F the rest of it, we're throwing it away. But so from there, liquid fuel stage, looking at fuel tanks. And I'd love to stay in this size class because we're already here. Like that's a... So it's the FLTX 900. FLT stuff would be the correct size. These are X200, so those will be too big. Unless we, again, make it even bigger, which it really doesn't need to get that. We could actually go the other direction, make it small. This adapter from here. I like it. I like it when you get ships that do this. You know, they've got hips. So yeah, because again, it's just not that much weight we're pushing up. So I don't think we need to overkill this. Let's see what we've got once we slap a swivel onto just that even. So this swivel, and we are looking at 12 kilometers above Kerbal, gives us 2,053 meters per second with a 1.5 TWR. That is perfect and fine, except for a little bit more would be better. 2,200, 2,300 on the liquid fuel has been working well for us. Let's try shoving one of you in there. 2,232. I wouldn't mind a little more even. How tall are we getting? A little taller wouldn't hurt anybody. We'll see what the TWR is, and then we'll decide whether it's hurting anybody. 1.3. A-okay. Is what I'm going to say. And let's, like, make it look pretty if we can. Orange? An orange ship? I haven't done an orange ship lately. Wherever. So there's the liquid fuel stage. And then what about you? You're the one that'll be up in Atmo. The color of the fairing, though. Let me build the fairing again, because I like the different colors you can get on the fairings. So up and over the top of that, just so we can't see it. Nice. And then the fairings. Some little black rings. Ooh, the orange, and then the silver reflective and stuff. I think I'm going to go simple here, but I'm going to add that little touch of those black lines. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then you... I'm sorry, it just looks wrong to my eyes, but I'm going to go with it. All white tip, and then lots of orange. Just gaudy. I think this was definitely a craft design in the 70s, is my guess. SAS units, I think we're fine with what we're pushing here. Like, we don't need an extra SAS on top of the 5.0 torque we'll get from the reaction wheels up here. I don't think we'd need that. We are bringing, however, the 2 SAS units that we're going to attach to the ship, along with the 2 relay comms units and the COM-16, all in that container module. So we've got those with us. This looks awful. It's perfect. You need SAS control, though, because you have engineer, not pilot. Oh, right. Which would actually mean probe. Probe it up and put an SAS unit on there. Yeah. Okay, we'll get to that. Let's go down to, we've got 2,300 meters per second of delta V with a 1.32 TWR on the liquid fuel stage. Let's get some solid fuel on here. Looking for about 1,000, maybe 1,100. And I don't think we'll have any trouble getting to those numbers. Loving this little design. So you there. And maybe just thumpers. 851 at sea level. We want more than that. We'd want more than that. But I don't want to, like, go to a whole nother third stack there. So what about some of these... What's the shrimp? Let's buy into a shrimp. And then my thought would be, can we... And then put you guys together. 920. I want more like 1,000. I like this. I like what we're doing right now. So then you... No, I was start button instead of alt. So you like there. They need a little bit of space. I just don't like them with the big gap that it was giving. But alright. So, yeah. And that's still just 984. That is all of them, right? Yeah. But it's almost 1,000. We've got an excess of liquid fuel up here. So we could finish this off without. We're going to add more weight to it, though, too. What if we went for 3? What if we had 3 on each side, huh? How about I give you a little bit extra room? Little bit, this is, yeah, a little bit extra room. One more over. And then third in the middle. There's 1,045. It's very sci-fi. Let's pull that down. And then let's pull these down so we sit on them. Oh, I went to snapping. What are you gonna do? What's done is done. Can't possibly undo it. If I go to snapping there and grab you, and then go to snapping there and grab you, and then go to snapping there and grab you, you'll be at the right height. Perfectly symmetrical. Huzzah. Back over to, well, to some aerodynamics anyway. I'm guessing very small nose cone? No. So it's going to be the small nose cone for these. I like it. I like it. More boosters, the true Kerbal way. Yeah. And then you guys can just have the huge, except for... Can I make all this black? No, you can't change the SRBs. Damn it. Alright, but we'll do that. And then do you have another? Son of a bitch, they don't. And nope. Alright. Good enough. I like it. I like how gaudy and horrible it is. Who doesn't like how gaudy and horrible it is? And yeah, that's what that's gonna be. So that's 1,000 meters per second. Again, let's just look through this. 1,000 meters per second from sea level at altitude. When we switch on to the liquid fuel, we'd be looking at 2,300. Yeah, it's like 1050 and then 2300. It's about 4300 delta V, and then we finish it off with this guy before we go to full vacuum, 1700 meters per second at delta V. Except for you will not have the fairing to haul anymore, and then that is coming home. Yeah. In fact, would that be? Would drop you and then drop the fairing, or would we drop the fairing? I think we'd be dropping the fairing first. This, by the way, would be the 11, and this is another satellite repair here. Ad hoc ComSat Mark 1. Because we are going to be repairing a satellite that's not set up for comms and adding comms parts to it. Not that the game asked me to, I just want to, and I'm gonna. Mark 2 or Ship 11? Ship 11. Yeah, I'm liking the Delta V, like what we got, but we are bringing an engineer. That was a thing. That was a thing that we talked about. And the engineer is not going to have SAS or controls unless we give them a probe as well. Lightest weight probe I've got is the Hex. The Octo is more helpful. Why is it more helpful? 0.3 extra reaction torque, but we're talking about what can I do with this? Remote pilot assist, antenna type internal. Like, does it have? It's just got SAS on it. And you've got stability assist retrograde. What? Oh, the Hex is the better version of the Octo. Yeah, okay. It's just because I'm looking at it in mass, I'm like, that's weird. That would be. So I don't want the Hex up here. It's just not gonna follow our color scheme. Wait a second. No, not there, but to the nope. Shoot. Can I make it to attach not to the? You're gonna want to do that, huh? Well, I guess then it is gonna be under the. Why do you go there and then he won't? Yeah? Yeah? Whether I hold down Alt or don't hold down Alt, I cannot get this part to actually snap to the thing there. Okay, it's fine. He'll go there anyway. So I guess I'm putting him down here, which means that when we come back, I'm going to have to be fighting aerodynamic forces with an engineer to make sure we're not tipping over without any SAS. No, it's not a problem because it's just going to be this part. Yeah. But we do need a little bit more room down here if that's going to be where it is. So, grab you, touch more, you under there, and then I'm going to have to rebuild the fairing. Which actually does good things for the fairing because it'll be less crazy. Except for there's going to be a lot extra weight in the fairing doing it that way. So let's do down to here and then in. Just a little boober. I liked it better before. I did. Turn off interstage nodes, attach the probe guard, then turn interstage nodes on again. Can you do that while you still got something attached? Yeah, probably. What's your colors? Just those things. Yeah, well, I think I do prefer the glittery gold. Ah. Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice. I'm going to waste your time a little bit here because I really don't. I liked it so much better when it was like this. And so my thing is going to be, can I just embed this part a little bit more and then tack you up there? Well, you're definitely kind of part and parcel of one. You're all one. Both the Buddha. There you go. There's the slightest bit of a gap between those two. And then try building this fairing again, and hopefully it looks nice. Snapping. Actually, I can just go straight in from there. And then to that line, I suppose. No, you won't let me? Snapping off. Alright, doesn't like that. Snapping, do that, and then come in. It's better. It's better. Yeah. So things will have changed a little bit on the Delta V side and everything, but I think we're still going to be okay, I would expect. Sea level still 1,000, you're still 2,264, vacuum 1,792. We've got a probe core to help out, to give our engineer SAS. We go to the crew. It's not going to be Jeb, it's going to be Bill, going on his second engineering trip, already level 1. Got to find a reason for Bob Kerman to exist here. He probably won't leave the Space Center until we get the mobile processing labs. But I like this. I especially like how many little SRBs I've tacked onto the side of everything. That's neat. I haven't done that probably ever yet as a way of pushing the SRB Delta V up. So just checking the staging again, all the SRBs fire together, and then this and that and the other thing, you know what we need is some fins. Going to help quite a bit, especially since we've just got the swivel to help us with that. Yeah, I might go with some big winglets and hope that I don't need, like, better control, you know? Like, actual control surfaces. Can I change your color? Damn it, it's just white. Oh, no, there's dark. Yes! Alright. Making me happier every moment. Now it's just gotta look cool. Have the right lines. That's pretty nice. Just 2 fins, and we'll see if that gives us enough drag to counteract things and still be able to control them. It may or may not. The way that this is going to be turning and going with the SRBs and everything, I think it would be a smarter move were I to take this part of the ship and rotate it. Nope, that's the whole ship. Take this part of the ship and rotate it. And then we'll be flying up and turning over that way, and we'll have a flat side, and some of this will act as a wing into the wind kind of a thing, is my great hope anyway. Well, I can still control it correctly from up here. Okay. I think that's her. That's ready to go. Make sure I've still got the things that I need. They're all in here. Let's put it out on the pad and send it. Wait, you've messed up my staging. Parachute, you. This, along with that. Yeah, you've messed my staging up bad. SRBs, liquid fuel to that. I'm going to put the liquid fuel in with the SRBs. We'll run them a little bit like we have been doing for added vector control, that kind of a thing. And then you guys break off on your own. We jazz it up. We break that off, etc. and so on. You don't have the required antenna for the contract, or at least I don't think you do. Let's just double check that. So Communitron 16 on the aging craft, and that's what I got here. Again, Communitron 16. Yeah. So we should be able to turn this thing into a nice comms satellite, and maybe even like fix the Gigantor solar array is my hope. Saving it, making sure you're in the cockpit. You are. Launching it. Put it on the pad and let's go. Let's go 2 of 2 for launches today. This craft, I could see it flipping. I could see it flipping. Possible, anyway. We don't have the kind of vectoring authority that we've had on other craft that we've launched recently. But, I wouldn't have put it out here if I didn't think we had a damn good chance. SAS on throttle to some, just for that little extra bit of vectoring control as we're going up, and we've just got the solid rocket boosters going. I could put these guys in there as well, but I don't want to, because that'll be sucking from liquid fuel from a different place, and then it just gets complicated. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Houston, can we get a countdown?
I have nothing entertaining to say. You've been here for like 3.5 hours now. Just get this one done.
Fair enough.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Oh, that's way too much TWR. I did not control the TWR on that after attaching all of those SRBs. We were going way too friggin' fast. Okay. Remember that thing I said about I could see this one toppling? More so now, can I imagine it happening? Because I didn't make that adjustment for the thrust-to-weight ratio on the solid fuel stage. And you guys didn't tell me to, so we're already supersonic. I don't know where tails or knuckles are. Oh, and the SRBs are burning out at different rates because some of them are thrust limited and some of them aren't, and so those are going to die now. Alright, that slows us down anyway. And then the last of the SRBs, firing liquid fuel full. Dropping all the SRBs. 15 kilometers. What we made there. We went pretty much straight up because I was reasonably terrified of doing anything else. We're already at a 40-kilometer apoapse. No, it's good. It's fine, I think. We've got a much lower TWR on the liquid fuel stage. So this is going to burn slow and build speed at a very controlled rate. And I should be able to turn this bubble back down, you know, best as we can after what just happened there. I just forgot one little detail. It's like, you know, rocket science or something. One little detail, and then the bolts, and then everybody's dead. The explosive bolts and things. Don't forget to thrust over the SR. Thank you for that. Oh, now I see that in chat you guys were saying it, not that you just said it now. Like guy 89. So 61 kilometers on the apoapses. I'm burning below the horizon right now because we're already at 50 kilometers on this turnover. And we've got about 1,000 meters per second delta V remaining in the liquid fuel stage. Yeah, just want to build as much speed as we can in this one continuous burn. Really like the look of the ship, though. Somebody remind me to like fix the SRBs in the part model, because it's a really cool looking ship anyway. Periapsis is coming up nicely, 500 and some meters per second of delta V left in the liquid tanks. Apoapse at 65K and still coming up. I'm just going to dip it down a little bit more. Make sure that we make space with all the delta V in here, but, you know. Oh, this is beautiful. This worked out excellently. Hell of a launch. Let me get right down to it. Periapsis at 76 before it goes crazy. I've killed the engines. That's great. I am just nailing these calculations on the orbit now, because we have 56 meters per second. A periapsis just at negative 81. We're going to be able to get that probably all the way up, or mostly. It's exactly what you want. This time, friends, I'm going to remember to hit the space bar and get rid of the damn fairing once we're in space. I could do it now. Doesn't matter that much for aerodynamic drag at 69 kilometers, but out of ceremony. Boom! Now let's deploy that thing that would just rip the ship in half. Alright, we're up here, and let's look at that beautiful wide apple. When you, like, get into the, like, groove of doing that one continuous burn, this just works, man. This just works. Gets you where you need to go. So up to the apoapse. I don't want to get too close to it. Yeah, no, we're fine. Although, you are having quite a bit of trouble getting this thing to turn under SAS. No, we're okay. Alright, so just a touch above. Right there, and then I'll just start burning. Okay, yeah, this is going to work out great. So now, we're done with that. We're dropping this stage. Oh! Beautiful engines. Beautiful. Alright, don't let the apoapse pull away from you like that, though. Pull it back down. Pull it back toward you. Periapse is coming up. And we have circularization at 76 kilometers with just a less than 200 meters difference between ap and peri. Beautiful. And we are in orbit of Kerbal with just under 1,700 meters per second in delta V, with the goal of linking up with this satellite and making some repairs. Right? Pretty sure that's what we're trying to do here. So where we are, we want to leave on one of these nodes, ascending or descending. He's already there. Boy, we really want to, like, get to him, you know, when we get to him, is the thing. Like, if I leave on our descending, we might want to, if we leave on our ascending node, then we could be out here. It's just going to take a long time if we're waiting, you know, if we're playing the racetrack game of waiting for orbits to catch up to one another. Let me play with some maneuvers from here. Small little details, like the small drop that one of the oxygen tanks that would be put into Apollo 13 received. Well, it's just, yeah, it's just little things. Just, you know, just Kerbal things. So, in fact, what are we even going out to? Almost the moon. Right. Yeah. 13 million. Sure. And then if I were to do this from here, which is definitely, you know, wasteful, but I just want to see... Wait. Can I get the kind of twist I'm looking for here? No, I'd have to go out halfway and then do it the what I'm looking for. Because of where I am and that kind of a deal, and then you'd swing that way, and you'd swing that way, and... Ah, but at least now I can see. When we're here, he'd be there. So, yeah. Alright, let's say we left from our ascending node. Because if that's how the timing's going to work out, then this might actually work. For us to leave at the ascending node, and we just be a little bit ahead of him, and then have to slow down or something. Oh, yeah. That's on the second pass, but that's fine. It's not bad. I don't want to hit the moon, is the thing. It's part of the thing. But it looks like the moon wants me to hit it. Well, that would be on the descent. So we'd come up, we'd be in his realm, getting ready to do the thing that needs to be done and whatnot. Uh-huh. And then we could avoid the moon because we wouldn't be catching it on the fallback. We'd be catching up to him, or him catching up to us. it's confusing. It's making the thing harder to read because we've got the moon there, so I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. And also this Kerbal periapsis could piss off. Just trying to see how these things line up. Just getting an idea of how these things would line up. I think we're just going to do it. We're just going to leave from the ascending node and go up to the height that we need to be, and then we'll work it once we're out there. So once more, from the ascending node, clean node. We'll get on his line, do the twist that needs twisted. Ooh, wow. Target position at intersect, our intersect, except for that's like blowing us out because of the moon, and that's what's, you know, making this like, you son of a bitch, that's not what I want to see. Yeah, we're just going to go up there and try and get on his line, and then we'll see what's going on. So that's 800 and something meters per second to get out there, plus we got to blow it out, make speed once we're up there. Ugh. Ugh. It might actually be beneficial to hit the moon in the right way. Yeah, maybe we should use the moon for a kick here. I mean, we are hitting it. If I hit it at the right time and in the right way, we could get a lot more, yeah, we could get that kind of energy from it for the same amount. Of delta V. Let me get down here and play with this. Really getting into this now, huh? So maybe a little bit more than that. Roll it forward. Hit the moon in the right way. And we get some energy like that. And then my question would be, is there anything I can do from back here that would twist that around? without experience knowing for sure, I'm not 1000% that this is the best way that I could be doing this. So this one kicked us further out, but then we like caught the moon on the backside or something like that. It's intersect two, so we would go around once and then come around again, and then we'd be in his realm, but that's not what we want. Huh. This is different from the last time that I did it, what I'm seeing from the moon, anyway. You know, we get that kind of energy and then we twist it into place. Is that better? Than having to make all of the energy of blowing out our app-waps from the slowest possible point, blowing out the peri-apps from the slowest possible point. I don't know. I know it makes it a lot more complicated. And I don't like complicated. When I don't know what I'm doing. So we're not going to do it. Again, what did you say at the first place spawn? I said ascending node. Alright? Alright. Alt F5. 5. I'm not gonna do it. In case I need to do it later. Give you. Blow this out. I'm setting this up now just to know about how long I need to burn to get in his direction of things. Yeah. Alright. So from there, 56-second burn when we get around to this side of deal. Warp me up. Good morning, Kerbal Nom. Something along those lines. Glad this should be a burn full prograde. What a cute little ship I've made. What a cute little ship it is. So 56-second burn. If we do that on the halves, we're talking about 28 seconds to leave. Warp a bit around. T-minus something something. T-minus 34. At 28, we will burn full. Good. Burning full on prograde. Man, these engines sound ugly, though, don't they? Ooh. It's like you need to take that spaceship into the shop. So your parry is 12.8. Your app is 13. And we're coming up at 12.8 according to the, what I've set up to be done here. So that's reasonable. I can leave this node up and just track it. We're getting a little wobbly for some reason. I understand what that's about. But I'm just going to finish the maneuver. As designed, apparently. Okay, so that gets us out into this direction. And then once we're out here, apps, add a maneuver. And if I blow, right past the moon. Good. Reasonable numbers so far. We're going to be on the exact opposite side. Damn it. I had hoped that we could do better than that. Where's my node? Right there. So, wait. Where's my node? Right there? What am I looking at? I'm looking at a lot of moon shit. Right. Into range there. 823 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble reading what I need. And then that hits the moon and sends us all crazy. If I get up to that height, this would put us on the inside of his track, so we'd be going faster Target position at intersect, target position at intersect. So we're there when he's there, and we'd be going faster. He's there when we're there. We'd be coming around and catching up with him. It won't take that long. But we got to worry about the moon kicking us off and stuff like that as we do, which is why it would have been better if we weren't, you know, potentially hitting him. Can I also do the twist from this point? I would think so, since it's a pretty circular kind of a thing. Once I'm out here, what difference does it make? And if we're going in this direction, then that would be a normal. Ahaha. And it looks like either the moon is doing some crazy shit, or it's actually an anti-normal. The moon is just always getting him away. Trying to do things in space, and then there's this moon. You know, the moon is just hating me. Like, maybe in both directions it's giving me a... There we go. You get past the moon. And we get on the line, and yeah, we're... we're a bit away, is the idea there. Can I just do less? No, then we get hitting the moon. If I do more, we go up and outside, then we'll be going slower than he is on this track. Where's the other purple one? The second rotation, if I do this, I spend all that delta V, then we get to there. Will we be able to come home? Because if I did more like that, then I think we would go around 3 times, and then we would meet up with them. And then I would spend less delta V, but how much are we talking about? We're talking about a couple of meters per second. It's no big deal. Do it like that, because then we're looking at these purple ticks right here. We're seeing this intersect, and we can get that where we're right on top of them the second time we come around. Then we don't have to worry about the moon so much. Good. F5. We're going to do that. So that node is in a day. In 2 hours and 41 minutes. That's when we get up there. We're already, yeah, because we're going out there. And then it's just a burn time of 21 seconds for 400 meters per second of our 800 meters per second. Will we be able to get home? So you forgot solar panels. Oh, Jesus, the electric charge. And it's being drained constantly, and it's the probe, and the probe needs to hibernate and warp, and it needs to be hibernating when I'm not using it, son of a bitch. Thank you for the... I forgot. So I've got one. It's not one I really want to open, but I've got one. 10 electric charge. Good God. Small little details we were talking about. Right, well, we're on our way. Let's get there. A lot of futzing. Maneuver nodes. You know I hate them. Maneuver nodes. You know I hate them. 21-second burn. We will leave at 11 seconds at full thrust, which we will do on the target. And I am now conserving electricity. SAS me. Oh my God, the electric charge that just drained while we were traveling without SAS on. We might be opening that charge. Relocate solar panel on the bottom. Yeah, okay, after this burn. T-minus something and then the other. Good God, it's supposed to be... Didn't I just set it to hibernate and warp and also turned it off manually? 18, 17, 16, 15, 40. At 11. 11 pawn is when you're burning. Got it. This is where I find out that I, oh, well, one, that I'm not following the ball, or the target. Where's our actual intersects? Okay. 1.52. Yeah, we're gonna have to move that Gigantor. Thank God we brought an engineer. Hopefully it works. Reaction wheel of the probe core is probably draining EC2. Not when the SAS is off. It's supposed to. F5. Good. Let's do this now. We've got 2 rotations. However long it's gonna... How long would it take me to get there, by the way? Like, if I put it just back on the blue... You know, the one that's me? What if that? Huh? What if the one that's me, though? No? Alright, well, then fuck you. I don't need to know. We're gonna find out right now if Bill Kerman can move things around that are as big as a Gigantor solar array. And if he can't, oh shit, kind of thing. Bill, come on out back here. When SA is off, just from you rotating the ship. Well, I mean in warp and stuff. We had 11. I put the probe core in, that's where I'm concerned. I put the probe core into hibernate and warp mode. I turned the probe core off for hibernate and warp mode. And I turned SAS off, and then we time warped, and then we lost like 8, 9 EC. Like, what the fuck is that about? That's what I'm on about. So you, place mode. Can I remove you? Flip you over. Put you on the ass of the ship. And then, absolute. Snap. Pull it out. Nope. Absolute. Absolute. Pull you to dead center. I don't think dead center is a thing in space. It's fine. I'll just, do it here. I think it's also picked up an angle because the ship's been rotating while we're doing it. This is weird. Man, put you in. Good. Hey, it's close enough. Told you it'd work. Yeah, thank God. Thank God we decided to do it, huh? I mean, this was always part of... I was going to do this. What do you mean? Always part of the mission profile. Yeah. F. That's why I didn't bring any extra solar panels, even though we brought a probe. Why would I? Extend the solar panel. Boom. Yes, sir. And now, our electric needs are no more. Holy crap, look at how fast that fills up. One Gigantor. I expect to now see an explosion where the battery just overheats. Right? Or you'll melt it with the engines. Well, that's... We don't... That's... Alright, so retract the solar panel. That's all we needed. We're fine now. F5. Alright, so I want to... Oh, you'll let me actually do it now? So this is 9 days to go around once. Warp there. Out of comms? Did I not bring... I might not have... What did I do? I have an antenna for the ship. I was so concerned in bringing things, you know, that we'd need elsewhere, that I may not have remembered to bring something for us to communicate. Did I? Do we have... I don't think we have an antenna for this ship. It's fine. There's no antenna on this stuff. It's okay. Bill's an engineer, so apparently he duct tape, rubber band, picked, you know, some kind of comms system where I've been able to make maneuver nodes despite being well out of comms with no particular antenna, despite what's built into the probe.
Congratulations to Made Something.
To Made Something. Made Something. Wherever you are, congratulations to you. Thank you, Duration, for the 100-bit cheer. We're coming up on the satellite now. In fact, where is she? Should be able to see her pretty much just out ahead of us. Maybe ahead and above? Where you at, hon? Yeah, you're up and to the you're toward Kerbal a bit. So there's Kerbal. And then you're... Why can't I see you? We're not close enough? I've got, like, the mods that let you see planets from that far. Let's get tighter. Let's get closer. Isn't this where we're supposed to be? There you are. Yeah, you are my target, you know. Are you... Why don't you hold the distance up? You're still not close enough for that? Am I crazy? Or are you crazy? Distance... 86. Are we getting... Did these numbers change on me or something? Yeah, separation, well, like, we're not seeing the ticks where they're supposed to be. This game, though. But this game? Alright, what are we doing? Electric charge is back down to crap again. It's fine, stop warping. Extend that solar panel once more, because apparently we do need it. And, okay. In reference... No, you're still not my target. Why aren't you targeted? What's the deal here? It's like kind of targeted, but not? Set as target. There you go! What the hell with this game? Have I mentioned what the hell with this game? Target, 43 meters per second difference in speed. I'm going to slow us down and get us more directional on it. So you see where the, in case anybody doesn't understand, this is where the target is on our retrograde. This is the target's retrograde. This is our retrograde. We're going to burn over here in order to push our retrograde toward it while burning on our retrograde, which will slow us down in reference to it. So I burn here and it moves our retrograde in the direction of the vessel we're trying to get to, at the same time as reducing our relative speed to that target. And once our retrograde is dead over its retrograde, then we're coming in at it. Simple as that. Careful of the solar panel. Yeah, that's... I will... I should be. We're not going to have it coming home. We'll be fine coming home. So now I'm just going to warp a bit. And apparently a while, because I should have kept all of the speed for as long as it's going to take to close these 60-something kilometers. Again, it's not actually telling me when we're going to intersect correctly. So I'm just going to have to do this manually then. Which is how I was always doing it, actually. Okay, these are kilometers, not meters, so we're still quite a bit away. Gonna push us more onto that directionality. Hold retrograde. Keep going. Now we're missing it to that direction. Okay, no. We're fine. We're fine. And now I will just... Well, okay, stop fighting me, though. There you go. 4.7 meters per second in its general direction. I think, yeah, let's retract the solar panel so we don't accidentally blow it up. And my god, with the consumption of SAS here. Hibernation on. Hibernate. Hibernate and warp. Auto. Okay. I just don't trust... For some reason, I just don't really trust the game. It's weird. Weird why I wouldn't. With all the things we've seen. Okay, we're coming in right at it. I want to reduce my speed before we get near it, because if I come into it and hit it with my own engine plume, then we could actually blow it away from us or get it spinning, that sort of a thing. So we don't really want to do that. Ooh. Getting real touchy. Okay, this is 0.1 meters per second. I'm going to drift in. Not coming in directly at it, which is probably for the best, but Bill needs to be real damn close with any part that he can't, any part that he can't, like, carry in his own pockets, you gotta be real close. Yeah, if I fire the engines again, we're gonna, like, things are gonna happen. I'm gonna switch to the other craft, turn its RCS on, and maybe try and just negate that. Good. Good. Excellent. Alright. F5. Bill, I need you to get out. And, over here, what we're gonna do is, I think, just get you, like, stopped here. The big part that you gotta move is gonna be this to that. So I'm gonna bring you up. Try and get you kind of in the mid-space between the two of them. And stopped would be great, relatively speaking. And you grab this, attach here. Oh my god. Oh my god! I've never seen that before. Bill, set phasers to stun. That's fucking awesome. Can I like drag that piece around now? I can? You just got a little cute welding animation? That's awesome. That's awesome, Bill. Alright. Extend solar panel. Brilliant. Alright, step 1. Complete. What else have I got in? I don't have anything that's near enough to us to do the rest of the things. This is the problem with the drift and everything. But the other parts just might be small. Well, we know the SAS isn't. Let's complete the mission, though. Because what I could do is take his backpack, his parachute, out and put this in his pockets. And now I can just go put that where and as I want to in order to complete the mission, which actually the mission's not even going to be... I ain't leaving it there. Good laser zap. Good laser zap. And is that it? Attach new part. Yep, we did it. Alright, now take that back off. Take it out. There you go. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it, Bill. Silly. Why would we have that here? Back over to the ship. And we'll just put that away. Can you carry one of these? You can't carry one of those, so the ship has to be close. Alright. Bill, I might just put you on the ladder, and then I'm going to try and get the satellite to come to us. It should be easier. You stand on the ladder. How's the EC? It's great. Alright, so RCS on for you. H? No.
You can't buy me, hot dog man.
The Ronin Pawn TIE Fighter.
It does look like it. Yeah, I like that. I like that. It's about right. You okay? You're okay to pass, right? It's gonna be close, but in all the best ways. Oh, no, that's not gonna do it. Let's just push away. If I were to go to fine controls. Yeah. Just trying to get you nice. Okay, and there's a Kerbal on a ladder. Board. A little bit of time warp. Let's see if we can't get this done now. Bill, back out. Oh, I wish you'd get away from the ship, but you just won't. Just don't bump the ship when you turn over, Bill. Okay. Nope, that's right. Sure. Get all this back out again. That's what we'd like to do, Bill, is I want one of these over here. On the end of that. Can we not? There we go. You there. Are you too far for that one? Hang on. Get you over here. Okay, so long as I'm holding it, we're a little bit screwed. We just have the velocity we have when we have the velocity that we have. Okay, there you go. Just come to mostly a stop. Boom. Zap it. Brilliant. And then on the end of this... No, I want it to... You know, like... With the... Just... And the, there you go. Like that. And then could I get lucky and just do this from over here? Oop, oop, there was a spot. There was a spot where it recognized what I was trying to do. Yeah. I can't tell. Like that, right? Yes. Boom. Good enough. 2 extra little relay bits. And then that's everything installed. That's everything that we wanted installed. So now, if I extend the antenna, and I extend the antenna, I'm not close enough to extend that antenna, I guess. There we go. Extend that antenna. So now we have a viable comms satellite with SAS. Quickly check it to make sure removing the COM16 didn't uncomplete the... Yeah, no, we're good. Once you do the thing, it's done. Ah! Beautiful. Let's get back aboard the ship that keeps draining of EC even when it's not doing anything and the probe is off. Let's do that. Oh, yeah, there you go. Just don't bounce into the things that we just repaired. Whew. Electric charge. Fine. For now. Let's go back over to this guy. Now that I've got SAS on it, I can turn RCS off. Use SAS. And rotate. These are things that we couldn't do before. Huzzah, hurrah. Alright, but you know what I actually need to do is, let's see, so log observation data. And I want to collect that, and then I got to get it out of the ship and into our pockets, I guess. And then I want to do start object tracking. It needs to be activated on a solar orbit. Well, fuck you. What about your observation data? Presume it'll be the same. Start your object tracking. Alright, whatever. Wasn't like a main concern for the mission. Bill, one more time. Get out. Try and push off the ship. You can't. Sure. RCS. Head back up to the satellite again. Satellite of love. And let's try and collect this data. Try disabling the probe core's reaction wheel, though, for power saving. If it's off, then why would its reaction wheel wouldn't be doing shit, especially when the SAS is off. Right? I'm not that crazy. Start object tracking. Yeah, you clicked the button. No? Alright, well then, can I get... How do I get the data from the damn thing? I can't, like, just pull the data out of them when I'm here, like I can, you know, every other fucking thing in the game. This is weird. Making sense is not required because this is Kerbal. That is an incredibly persuasive argument you make there. Like, the information is not in the infrared telescope. It is also not in the probe core. I mean, maybe it is. Let me just get, like, let me just put my dick on it. Or, well, Bill's dick on it. I don't. Alright, that is Bill's dick on the probe core. Still can't. Take data. There we go. Did have to... Okay, it does require... It should be in the manual. You do have to rub your dick on these things in order to collect the data from them. So I'm just gonna... Both of them had data. There you go. Take data. Right. Scrape it from the bell end of your penis, as is required, and then we'll go back to our ship, and that's a mission. We're done. It's cool. I like the premise. I find it very futzy, the whole thing. But I like the premise. I like how cool it feels like being able to do that. Free in space. Alright, reboard. Yeah, one of them is a dupe. I just wanted to see if I could grab both of them for some unexplainable reason. We have 450 meters per second of delta V, which is actually more than I thought we had before, because we took off the weight of that Gigantor. Bill, rip the probe core off. We don't need both engines, do we? F5 again, and then we're going home, and one of these sides is only slightly higher than the other, 12.813, so everywhere is our apoapse as far as I'm concerned for Kerbin. Question is this enough to get home? If I get on my retrograde, and I try and drop us down to Kerbin before we hit the fucking moon or whatever's going on there. He could remove the probe core. He could, couldn't he? Let's see. 450 meters per second. To drop this, if it doesn't work out, we always have the option of, like, hitting the moon in a way that it could scrape off some of our speed. But we're looking good so far. Wow, it was actually very tight. It was actually very tight to get home. Kerbin periapses. I don't know what I'm seeing with all this moon stuff right now. I'm not sure that I want to know. I'm willing to hit at 31K there. What are you saying, game? With the... Are you saying that I'm dropping immediately into the moon and then flipping around and then something else and then eventually I hit Kerbin? What is this? What am I reading? I genuinely have no idea. It looks like it's saying blue into moon periapse, twist around it to orange, then purple all the way out, then purple forever. But I've also got a periapsis at the moon. I don't understand. King Akira! Hello! Konbanwa, minasan. Ore wa Ronin Pon desu. Hajimemashite. Inu no namae wa nan desu ka? Inu no namae wa nan desu ka? Ore wa dare da to omotte yagare. Konbanwa! What are we doing? It's just nasty. Right, so, what? I don't know what's happening. Like, is the moon really... Where is the moon? I don't understand. The moon's over there. Let's just... I can't read any of this. We're leaving. I'm just warping. And it says that then what happens is we hit the moon. Now we've got a descent orbit. The moon was over there, it got confused, thought we might hit the moon there. Or it just wasn't showing me the actual, like, main blue descent, but then if we went all the way around and hit here, so you just decided that on the 3 stages worth of, like, tracking that they give me, don't need to see the first one, right? It says you're screwed because it may prevent you from entering orbit of Kerbin. I can finally catch a Ronin Paul this stream. Be a firestorm. Sadly, we are coming to the end of it. I mean, sadly for if you weren't already here. but we've just completed a repair of a satellite where I actually took a satellite that they said, go up there and put a little crappy antenna on it that wouldn't have helped us at all. And what I said was, what if I put like a real antenna on it that will help us at all? And also, what if I put SAS on there? And also, what if I repaired this missing Gigantor solar panel? And then we did that. And I didn't know that we'd be able to. And we had precisely 90 meters per second of delta V left over at the end of this. And I needed to discard all of that some time ago, because now it's pressing on us. I'm just gonna, yep, no, we're fine. Sure. Oh, I can't. Right. So I'll just slow our wobble there. Yep. No, we're good. We're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's gonna be fine. Bill. Just, yep, like that. And then... Nope. Okay. We're gonna get to the top. And then There. I helped. And I helped. It's fine. He can wobble his way down. Right. Burn the rest of that fuel now for a slower re-entry. Who needs a slower re-entry? Bill is looking confident. Something that I don't often say about Bill. Doesn't regularly. There's some setting you can change in the main menu to change the display of future orbits, but I never understood. Yeah, in that case, it was like showing me, you know, I've got it set to 3 future orbits, I believe, and it was just not showing me the first one. It was skipping the one where I actually returned to Kerbin and saying, you know, on the other side of what I'm not showing you, you would hit the moon and then go around this way and that way and the other way. This game, man. All day like that, too. We've had a number of weird things. But it's fine. We managed to, you know, get through them to the other side. And now we're coming down. Let's go ahead and fizz warp to this ocean. And with the ablator I brought, we've got 35 left over. I don't remember, did I adjust that ablator? I probably pulled it off a different ship. I probably just started with 80, and now we're down to 35 off of that. This worked out so well, Bill. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, son. So once we hit about 3K, I will deploy. 3K above sea level. Pop that parachute. And at 1K, it will fully deploy. Oh, static electricity. And back to 4 times fizz warp. So we completed attach a new part to a satellite in orbit of Kerbin. And in storage, we've got to go to the moon to fix a rover. They've turned us into, like, auto mechanics. But we come to you. So more like glaziers, you know. We'll come out and, like, fix your, fix the crack in your windshield for you on the side of the road. We come to you, and then we fix your crap. Good work, Bill Kerman. No additional science to get or anything. Recover the vessel. I think we're done. The space RAC. Roadside assistance in space. Orbital space side assistance. Space side assistance. That's kind of happening everywhere all the time, right? Like anywhere that people are being assisted anyway, I think. So we return with all of 20.3 science earned because we brought back that telescope report, I guess. And up to 2.1 million. Didn't make that much money off of the whole mission, actually, but it just sounded fun. And it was. It was. It was very technical and complicated, just the way I like it. We had at least 3 or 4 errors throughout the live stream that KSP just, you know, no one could possibly explain why it did the thing that it did. Just the way I like it. This has been a very good stream. Uncaring Worm with the subscription. Thank you very much for the channel support. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. You will be receiving 3 inches in the mail this month. Attach it to whatever you have or don't have. Doesn't matter what gender you are. Doesn't matter if you want a big dick or not. It's just, it's coming. You do with what you want. It's just part of what we do around. the thing that I started saying so long. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. I just can't put it down. I just got to come up with a better joke, which there's got to be a lot of them because that one's played out now at this point. But I liked it for the whole, you know, Twitch. You got to have like a club. Ah, the subscribers, you're all part of the stands. That shit. You know, Big Dick Club, BDC. All night long. All night long. And Hologram one with 35 months of subscriptions. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club as well. I'm doing this to force you to do a little drive to find the seaport before ending. Oh. Which direction would it be? And also, you can't buy my love. You'll have to join me back here. No, I'm genuinely done. That's 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, it's 4:20. If we end quickly, I am genuinely done for the night, but thank you, Hologram 1. We will do it on another day, maybe. You got to tell me where it is, and I'll head in that direction. But yeah, we will be back here Sunday, 2 days from now, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern for more Kerbal, and it will be the Creative Build Day. We're doing career modes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Creative Build Day on Sunday, and last Creative Build Day we made a flying semi-truck. That is definitely not done. We got it flying. I love the look of it. It's beautiful where we left it, but I wanna keep tweaking. I might want to make the bed longer. There's some more things to be done there, so we're gonna start there and see where that takes us from the creative build perspective on Sunday. If that sounds interesting, meet me back here then. What are you gonna build next? A bigger truck, a walker? Yeah, I still want to tweak on that guy, and then I will have to do some thinking over the next 2 days of what else inspires me right now. That was in honor of Cluster Truck. In honor of Halloween, what will Sunday be? I am the Ronin Pawn. Thank you all for coming out. I am now going to look for someone to raid. See who's streaming Kerbal at this late hour, or if you're in Japan, this almost noonish, coming up on noon hour. Right? See who's out there and who's doing what, who we might be able to send over to. Why does it look like that? Why, is there no one streaming KSP right now? We'll just try this again. Kerbal. There are laws against not streaming Kerbal Space Program. There we go. Live. And Rachel Maelstrom. Rachel Maelstrom. Anybody recognize? Let me just have a look. See if she's cussing. Because she was here earlier. Okay. There's just the correct amount of profanity for our audience. That's where we're going today. That's where we're going to end it. Again, thank you all for coming out. Credits will be rolling shortly. You will see your names in them. A lot of people gave a lot of gift subs. Yeah, hope to see you back here this Sunday. That's the end for me. Have a good day. On out. No, you're pressing all of the wrong.